Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Member Mabena. Today is scheduled for the recall of witness Ms. Buotes for cross-examination by the representatives from Surrey as well as that of Norton Rose. With your leave, may Ms. Buotes come to the stand. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
And for a formality, you have no objection in taking the oath, do you?
No.
You swear the evidence you're about to give us will be the truth, nothing else but the truth. And if you do, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
The witness is sworn in, Judge.
Thank you. Is it Ms. Felgate who's going to start with the cross-examination of Ms. Felgate?
My lady, yes, if that
Yes.
suits the commission.
Yes,
I
you
will
may
go on.
proceed.
Thank you. My lady, just in respect of housekeeping, if I can just point out, we have provided a file which contains a bundle of the various documents. It's the Norton Rose Fulbright file, my lady. I think it's the far top left file from your perspective. And Commissioner Mabena, I think it's the far top right file. Lady, the file, that seems to be the correct file. That's the
This
correct
one?
file. Yes, my lady. Your ladyship will see, and Ms. Mabena, Commissioner Mabena will see, that it's marked file 1 of 2, but there is only one file. The second file, we decided it wasn't necessary
Yes.
to put before the commission at this stage. And I just also want to confirm, I understand that my cross-examination is limited to a period of time of 1 hour,
Yes.
and I will endeavor to stick to that period. I see it's 10:30.
Yes, if you don't, I take a dim view
I
in not adhering to that time limit.
I would understand that, my lady.
Yes.
And then the last piece of housekeeping just is that I just wanted to inquire in respect of translation. Would it be all right if the translation happened in an ad hoc fashion? So if I go through a few questions and then those few questions are translated?
Yeah.
Or should we proceed on a question-by-question basis? What would be most convenient?
We've got Mr. Khoza who's able to translate after you've put in a few questions to a witness.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. Ms. Buotes, are you well this morning, ma'am?
Fine, thanks.
Thank you. You will also see that you have a file in front of you. It's the same bundle of documents. Let me perhaps just start with some uncontroversial facts, some basic facts. You've worked for the city of Johannesburg since 2003. You started at the city, and then you joined the JPC, Johannesburg Property Company, in 2009 as the CEO. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you're currently the CEO and accounting officer of the JPC. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, you held the same position in the years leading up to the fire at the Usindiso building. So, in other words, from 2014 to 2023. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you held the same position on the 31st of August 2023 when the fire took place at the Usindiso building.
That's correct.
Right, and you gave evidence that you are very familiar with the functioning of the city, and I take it you're also very familiar with the management and maintenance of properties that the city owns.
That's
Is that
correct.
right? Thank you. Perhaps
Yes, we can
interpretation.
allow for it,
Thank you.
interpretation.
Thank you, Chair. Ayike kuqale namhlanje kuseni ngokuthi ufakazi uNkosazana Botesa aqale ngokuthi enziswe izifungo lapho phakamise khona isandla sakhe sangokwesokudla wathembisa ukuthi uzokhuluma iqiniso ngokuthi athi inkosi ingisize. Ubese qala ke ummeli wakhomba amafayela azosetshenziswa futhi wakhuluma nangesikhathi ukuthi uzozama ukunamathela ehoreni anikezwe lona ukuze enze umsebenzi wakhe. Okokuqala ke akwenzile kube nje ukuvumisa ufakazi ukuthi asho ukuthi uyavumelana yini nalokhu akushoyo. Okokuqala ushilo ukuthi uqale ukusebenzela iCity of Johannesburg ngo-2003 kwathi ngo-2009 wayesetshintsha eyosebenzela iJPC lapho afike abakhona isikhulu esiphezulu noma iCEO sibhekelela ezezimali. Nalapho futhi uvumile ufakazi ukuthi kunjalo ube esedlula ukuthi kusukela ngo-2014 ukuya ku-2023 okuwusuku okwaqubuka ngaso isigameko somlilo ufakazi uNkosazana Botesa wayesevele ekulesi sikhundla sakhe ezikhundla zakhe zokuba kuyi-JPC nanje ngokuba iCEO ye-accounting officer noma umqondisi wezimali. Uvumile ke ukuthi kunjalo kanti okugcina ube nje esethi kufanele ke ukuthi ujwayelene ke nemisebenzi eyenziwa idolobha lokunakekela izakhiwo noma amabhilidi nalapho futhi uvumile ufakazi ukuthi ujwayelene nalokho.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, I just want to now talk about the duties and responsibilities of the JPC and by extension the city. To start with the city, as a municipality and as the owner of immovable properties, am I correct that the city bears the overall responsibility for the maintenance of those properties which it owns?
The city bears the responsibility of approving the budget and approving the business plan and of ensuring that the service delivery agreement as it relates to JPC is signed and that it covers the function of JPC. It's also responsible for if the company does not perform in a certain manner in terms as the shareholder.
So, ma'am, if I just want to go back to the general proposition. The city, as the owner of the property,
Yes.
it bears the responsibility to maintain that property. I know that it hands that responsibility on, and we'll get to that point where it hands on the responsibility
Yes.
to JPC.
Yes.
But overall, it bears the
As
responsibility.
the owner, you're responsible
Yes,
for the building,
right.
yes.
And then the JPC is a SSC limited company which is wholly owned by the city. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. And the JPC is also a municipal entity
Yes.
in terms of the Municipal Systems Act.
Yes.
Is that right? All right. Now, you testified, and we have a copy of your oral testimony, and we also have a copy of your witness statement that you provided. But I don't want to necessarily go to each point because we're going to be bouncing around the file quite a lot. But you testified in 2014 that JPC took over certain responsibilities of the city in relation to its property portfolio. Is that
Mhm.
right? That is?
Yeah.
Yes. All right. And you also testified that that included a facilities management function. Is that right?
Yes.
And you also testified that the facilities management function, what that consists of is repairs and maintenance of buildings in the city of Johannesburg.
Yes.
You agree
I've
with all of those
testified that,
statements? Yes. All right. So from 2014 onwards, JPC was then responsible for repairs and maintenance of buildings owned by the city, and that included the Usindiso building. Is that
Yes,
right?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Interpreter?
Thank you, Chair. Ayike bese ummeli ethula ukuthi okokuqala ufuna ukuqonda ngemisebenzi wakhe ukuthi imuphi umsebenzi bona abanawo njenge JPC kanye nezibopho zalokho okufanele bakwenze. Ushilo ukuthi uzokhuluma ngalokho okubili idolobha kanye neJPC kodwa okwamanje usaqala ufuna ukuqonda ngedolobha ubese kwethula ekubeka phambi kukafakazi ukuthi kusezandleni zedolobha ukunakekela izakhiwo nokuqiniseka ukuthi zisesimweni esihle. Ubese phendula ufakazi ukuthi yebo bona njenge JPC banomthwalo wokuthi kube yibo abaphasisa noma abagunyaza isabelo mali ibudget njalo njalo ukusebenza kwayo ukuthi izosebenza phi. Ube ummeli esethi cha akakangaqhubeki ngaleyo ndaba yalokho kuzobuye kuziwe kuloyo. Usekhuluma nje manje ngemithwalo esemahlombe yedolobha ikakhulukazi njengoba idolobha liphathise iJPC ukuba yenze lo msebenzi. iJPC njengenhlangano ke ezimele kodwa esebenza ngaphansi komkhandlu wedolobha. Uchazile ke ufakazi ukuthi yebo wanikeza ubufakazi njengoba ummeli esho ngo2014 lapho asho khona ukuthi kusukela ngo2014 iJPC kwaba yiyo esithatha izintambo manje kuyidolobha noma kumasipala ukuthi yiyo ezobheka ukunakekelwa ukuzakhiwo aziqiniseke ukuthi isesimweni esihle ziyalungiswa njalo njalo futhi ziyanakekelwa. Futhi bilokhu ikwenza ke iJPC uvumile futhi iJPC kusukela ngo2014 ibiqiniseka iqikelela ukuthi izakhiwo kufanele zibe sesimweni esikahle. Ngakho kuhlanganise noSindiso building nalo belunga phansi kwayo iJPC. Uyavuma ufakazi ukuthi ngempela wakufakazela lokho.
Thank you. Ma'am, you also testified about a service delivery agreement. Can we just go to that document? It's at page 35 of the bundle. The entire bundle, Chair and Commissioner Mabena, is paginated on the top right. This will be under item 2, and it starts at page 35. That is the service delivery agreement you testified about, yes. All right, and that service delivery agreement was concluded with the city on the 8th of August 2023, shortly before the fire, is that right?
Yes.
All right, and the effective date, if we go to clause 1.3.20 of the agreement, which should be at page 42, the effective date is defined as the 1st of July 2022, is that right?
That's correct.
So this agreement was in effect from the 1st of July 2022, notwithstanding that it was only signed later. Is that
Yes,
correct?
that's correct.
Right. Okay, and the SDA also provides that the JPC is to provide certain services for the city.
Yes.
And those services are then described in Annexure A to the SDA. Is that
Yes,
correct?
that's correct.
Okay, if we go to page 84, sorry, let's just pause on page 83, because I see that that's where that agreement was signed by yourself. And if you can just confirm that.
Yes, that's my signature.
All right, and then over the page, at page 84, is Annexure A. So we know these are the services that must be performed by the JPC. And if you look at the third last, it's facilities management.
Yes.
Correct, okay. And we've already discussed facilities management means maintenance and repairs of buildings.
Yes.
All right, and that again, it includes the Usindiso building.
Yes.
All right. Mr. Interpreter?
Ubeke esethatha ummeli emusa ekhasini ngo35 lapho kunesivumelwano esenziwa. Lesi sivumelwano sibizwa ukuthi i-service delivery agreement noma isivumelwano sokuhlinzeka ngezinsiza. Lesi sivumelwano esenziwa phakathi kwedolobha kanye neJPS kubhekiwe ukuthi senziwa nini ngokuzinsuku ezibhaliwe senziwa ngomhla ka8 August 2023. Kodwa sasiqala nini ukusebenza lesi sivumelwano esasenziwe? Sasiqala ngoJuly 1 2022. Ngakho kubonakalayo ukuthi nakuba siqala emuva ngoJuly 1 2022 kodwa sasesayinwa kamuva umhla ka-8 August 2023. Lesi sivumelwano sasisho sithi iJPC iyona manje ezohlinzeka izinsiza imelela idolobha. Ubeke eseya ekhasini 83 lapho ummeli embuzile ufakazi uNkosazana Bothes ukuthi awuqinisekise ukuthi uwena ngempela yini wasayina lesi sivumelwano. Nangempela ekhasini 83 ufakazi uyavuma ukuthi isignature elapha ya ngeyakhe. Khona ke ube sedlulela ekhasini 84 lapho esesho khona ukuthi lesi sivumelwano sasibalula ukuthi yini ezokwenziwa iJPC, iziphi izinsiza ezayizozenza. Ngakho ezinye zazo kwakubizwa ngokuthi i-facilities management, ngamanye amazwi ukulawulwa nokuphathwa kwezikhungo noma izindawo lezo. Phakathi kwakho ke kwakuhlanganisa ukunakekelwa nokulungiswa kwezakhiwo. Nebhilidi Usindiso lalingena ngaphansi kwalesi sivumelwano nalo kwakufanele lekwelingene ngaphansi kwalokho kubizwa ngokuthi i-facilities management.
Thank you, ma'am. I apologize, I left out one of the questions that I had, which is just if you can turn to page 63 of the bundle. There's clause 23.1 and 23.1.1 of the document of HB1. Could you read that clause for the record?
JPC shall, at its own expense and with effect from the effective date, take all reasonable precaution for the protection of life and property or in any way connected with the whole or any part of the asset.
Right, thank you, ma'am. I now want to talk about the remaining responsibility of the city. If you turn to the beginning of the same document, or rather the flag in the file, that's where HB1 starts. And HB1 is, in fact, it starts with an internal memorandum. And that internal memorandum was penned by you, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. If you turn to the second page of that memorandum, or the third, sorry, excluding cover
What
sheet.
page is that?
It's page number 24.
24.
24. You, in paragraph 7, you mention section 81.1 of the Systems Act, and you set out there that if a municipal service is provided through a service delivery agreement in terms of section 76B, the municipality remains responsible for ensuring that the service is provided to the community, local community, in terms of the provisions of the Act. Yeah, that's correct. This internal memorandum was circulated with or it was dealt with the SDA. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes.
And these are your words that you're quoting the legislation that the municipality remains liable for service delivery, despite the appointment of JPC.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That's
And you hold that view?
Yes.
Right. Thank you. Mr. Interpreter?
Ubeke esecela ummeli ukuba afunde isigatshana esithile lapha ya ekhasini 63 ngaphansi ka 23.1 no 23.1.1 kulesi sigatshana kafushane simanage sichaze ukuthi yimuphi umthwalo idolobha kanye nalabo abalimelelayo njenge JPC abanalo. Ngemva kokufunda leso sigatshana ubeke esechaza ukuthi imuphi ke umthwalo osala edolobheni nakuba idolobha seliphathise iJPC umsebenzi imuphi umthwalo osala nalo. Babe sebebheka ekhasini 24 lapho bethole lokho akubizwa ngokuthi i-internal memorandum. Le internal memorandum yayisayinwe nguye ufakazi lapha ya echaza ecaphuna umthetho ukuthi umthetho uthini uma kuziwa ezintweni ezinjengamabhilidi. Lo mthetho ke awucaphuna uthi yize idolobha lingase liqoke umuntu othile noma uhlaka oluthile ukuba lenze umsebenzi njenge JPC yayiqokwe idolobha ukuthi inakekele amabhilidi, kodwa umthwalo usalokhu sele emahlombe alo idolobha ngalokho kwenzekayo. Umbuzile ke ufakazi ukuthi ingabe yilokho ngempela wawukusho yini ukuthi nakuba kuqokwe iJPC kodwa umasipala noma idolobha umkhandlu wedolobha kusalokhu kusemahlombe alukunakekela ibhilidi uthi ufakazi yebo kulokhu kunjalo yize kuqokwe abanye ukuthi benze lo msebenzi njengoba kuqokwe iJPC kulolu daba.
Thank you, sir. All right. I want to talk now about the timeline leading up to the fire at the Usindiso building. And that timeline really starts with a 2004 lease, which is at page 103 of the bundle. And I'm going to very briefly go through this lease. Ma'am, the City of Joburg, represented by JPC, entered into this lease agreement with Usindiso Ministries in September 2004. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. If you turn to the second page thereof, under paragraph 2.1, the agreement commences on the 1st of July 2003 and expires on the 30th of June 2013. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. And you testified that this, in terms of this lease agreement, there would be a city shelter run at the Usindiso building by the NGO, and that that would be a shelter for abused women and children.
That's
Is that
correct.
correct? All right. So because it was a shelter, people were going to be living at the building, at
Yes,
least for a
that's-
short period of time. That's correct?
That's correct.
All right, okay. And you also testified that in terms of this lease agreement, and we're not going to go to there, but it's clause 10, that the NGO was liable to maintain the building.
That's correct. Yeah.
All right, okay. Now, that lease agreement, as we see, expires on the 30th of June 2013, correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. And you testified that the lease agreement was not renewed in 2013, but that it continued, I suppose, almost on a month-to-month type of basis, and that the city received certain payments from the NGO until around 2016.
Yes.
Is that right?
That's correct.
So for 3 years, we have the situation where there's a lease that hasn't been renewed, but it continues, and there's occasional payment
Yes.
by the NGO. Right.
Umeli ke ubesethi ke njengamanje ufuna ukubheka izigameko eziholele kulesi kuze kufike usuku kwaqubuka ngasumlilo ube esemusa kulesi sivumelwano sokuqashiselana noma lease agreement okuyiyona okwavumelwana ngaso uthi ummeli ubekile phambi kafakazi ukuthi idolobha okungumnikazi webhilidi ngalolu suku lamelelwa iJPC ekwenzeni lesi sivumelwano sokuqashiselana ngebhilidi leli bhilidi lalizoqashiselwa ke inhlangano engenzi inzuzo noma iNGO eyayizolisebenzisa lesi sivumelwano sasiqala ngomhla ka1 July 2003 sihambe njalo size siyophela ngomhla ka30 June 2013 ngakho kulesi sivumelwano ababevumelane ngaso ukuthi laba bazosebenzisa leli bhilidi babezolisebenzisela ukukhoselisa abesifazana abahlukumezekile kanye nezingane okusho ukuthi bakhona abantu abezohlala kuleli bhilidi phakathi nalesi sikhathi emthethweni ke ababewubekile wawukuthi phakathi naleminyaka leli bhilidi liqashiselwe le NGO noma lenhlangano engenzi inzuzo kwakuzofanele kube yiyo eqikelela ukuthi ibhilidi liyanakekelwa sahamba ke isikhathi wazi washaya umhla ka30 June 2013 emva kwalokho asizange sisavuselelwa isivumelwano sokuqashiselana into yabe seyenzeka ukuthi ngezikhathi ezithile laba basasebenzisa leli bhilidi babekhokha kusukela cishe ngo2013 ukuya ku2016 uvumile ufakazi ukuthi yebo kunjalo ikhona imali eyilokhu ithi gqwa ingena ngezinye izinyanga kule minyaka emithathu kodwa kuleyo minyaka emithathu sasingasekho isivumelwano esibhalwe phansi ngoba phela sasesiphelelwe isikhathi ngonyaka ka2013 ukuvumile ufakazi ukuthi wakufakazela wakusho ukuthi kwenzeka kanjalo kule minyaka emithathu yokugcina.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, if we can turn then to right at the beginning of the bundle, it's page 9. This is part of your witness statement that you provided to the Commission. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. At paragraph 47, you say that on the 29th of June 2018, following an inspection, the JPC met with the owner of the NGO, Pastor Bradley, correct?
Yes.
And over the page at that meeting, you learnt that social development had withdrawn funding from the NGO,
Yes.
correct? And 49, during the meeting, the owner of the NGO requested to extend the lease, and that request was denied by the JPC.
Yes.
All right, okay. And at paragraph 54, at the bottom of that same page, on or about July 2018, there was another inspection of the Usindiso building, and it was at that point established that the NGO's owner had vacated, and security guards were no longer manning the entrance on Delver Street.
Yes.
Correct.
That's
Right.
correct.
So, and you confirm that evidence again. That's what happened. So the NGO left in July, at the latest July 2018.
Yes.
All right. So at the latest in July 2018, the JPC was then aware that this lease had come to an end. It was done. And JPC was also aware at that stage that any obligation which existed on the NGO to maintain the property per the lease had come to an end as well.
Yes.
All right. And JPC was also aware, per the 2014 arrangement which we've talked about, that the JPC was then obligated to maintain the Usindiso building.
Yes.
All right. And it was also aware, in terms of the law, that if it did not, that the city was obligated to maintain the building.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Now, let's turn to page 135. Sorry, Mr. Translator, do you want to?
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Ubeke ummeli esemusa kancane ebufakazini abenza izitatimende futhi lokho ebuza ukuthi ingabe kunjalo yini. Isitatimendeni sikafakazi esilaphaya page 9 bokunombolo ngo47 ilapha echaza khona okwenzeka kusukela ngo29 June 2018. Ubala ke izigameko ezenzeka kusukela ngaleso sikhathi. Phakathi kwezinye zezigameko ezabakhona kwaba ukuthi umuntu wayesebenzisa leli bhilidi weza wazocela ukuthi sicela ukuthi niselulele isivumelwano sethu sokuqhubeka sisebenzisa okwaba yinto ke abayinqaba ukuthi cha ngeke sisakwazi ukunivulela sinelulele isivumelwano lesi sasisenzile. Kwathi ngoJuly 2018 ilapho ke iJPC eyezwa khona ukuthi lo muntu obeqashe leli bhilidi usehambile akasekho akasalisebenzisi nabantu ababeliqaphile ama security phecelezi nawo awasekho. Ngakho kubekile phambi kafakazi ukuthi ingabe kunjalo yini ukuthi ngo2018 iJPC yayiseyazi vele ukuthi ibhilidi uhambile umuntu obeliqashile nabaqaphi abeligadile ama security awasekho. Uvumile ufakazi ukuthi yebo base bekwazi lokho. Ube futhi sekubeka kuyo ukuthi phela uma senazi ke manje ukuthi abasekho abantu abaliqaphile ibhilidi yayisinesibopho manje iJPC sokuthi kubuyele emahlombe alo kuliqapha ngoba akasekho umuntu owayesho njalo ngokuvumelana nomthetho enani ubekile nomthetho khona owawuqala ukusebenza kusukela ngo2014. Uvumile ufakazi ukuthi yebo kunjalo. Ngakho manje ube futhi esekubeka phambi kafakazi ukuthi uma kuukuthi iJPC iyahluleka ukulinakekela ibhilidi kwakuzobuyela emahlombe kamasipala ukuthi kube uyoqiniseka ukuthi ibhilidi liyanakekelwa. Nalapho futhi umbuzile ummeli ukuthi ingabe kunjalo vele yilokho wakusho estatementeni sakho ukuthi kuzobuyela emahlombe edolobha noma masipala. Ufakazi uthi yebo kunjengoba eshilo uma iJPC ihluleka umthwalo uba semahlombe edolobha noma umasipala.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, at page 135, there is a report by Social Development Department, Social Benefits Unit, Region F. That's right. And this was attached to your witness statement, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
All right. And that report on the last page, at page 140, indicates that the JPC was consulted. That's paragraph 13 and sub 3, correct?
Yes.
All right, so JPC was consulted about this report, and I'm not going to go through the report itself, but do you agree that you know this report? You've read it?
Yes.
And do you agree that this report contains a variety of findings which indicate that the building has been neglected? Do you
Yes,
agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And it also indicates that the building has not been maintained and it's uninhabitable, correct?
Yes,
It also indicates that the building, and in the words of the report, is a health and safety disaster,
yes.
correct? And it also indicates that the daily lives of residents of the building are negatively impacted by a variety of crimes and social problems and ills, correct? Is that correct?
That's correct, Chair.
All right. And on the last page again, at 14, recommendations, the recommendations of the Social Development Department include that the JPC is to shut down the facility and qualifying individuals to be assisted with tea, correct?
Yes.
That's the final recommendation of this department.
Ummeli ke ube semcela ukuthi baye ekhasini 135 nalapho futhi welokhe kubeka phambi kwakhe ufakazi ukuthi akuvume ukuthi kunjalo yini uma ehambisana nakho. Lapha ekhasini 135 kunombiko owawuvela kwezokuthuthukiswa komphakathi umnyango we-social development. Lo mbiko wawubhalwe yibona futhi wawusufakwa phakathi kwesitatimende esasihambisana nalesi esahlinzekwa kuleli komishane ufakazi uNkosazana Bothes. Ubuzile ke ummeli ukuthi okokuqala lapha kuthiwa nathintwa nina njenge JPC ngalombiko. Umbuzile ukuthi ufakazi uyawazi yini okokuqala lombiko. Ufakazi uthi yebo ngiyawazi lombiko. Akaqala ukubona umbiko awaziyo ngoba vele kuthiwa batshelwa ngalombiko. Ubeke ummeli esebala ukuthi lombiko uqukethe izinto eziningi. Okokuqala lombiko iwona uchazayo ukuthi ngemva kophenyo olwenziwa kwatholakala ukuthi leli bhilidi laselishiwe dengwane linganakiwe. Okwesibili leli bhilidi laseliyingozi kubantu abahlala kulona ngokwezempilo kanye nokuphepha kulo. Okunye okushiwo yilombiko ukuthi ukuphila kwabantu abahlala kuleli bhilidi kwakusengcupheni ngendlela eyisimanga kungekho esimweni esihle ngenxa yobugebengu obabudlondlobele obenzeka ngaphakathi. Wona lombiko ke awugcinanga ngokubalula lezi zinto kodwa wabe sewusho nezincomo ukuthi yiziphi izinto onconyuma ukuthi kufanele zenziwe kuleli bhilidi. Lapha yaye ekhasini 14 ngasekugcineni enye yezinto lombiko wayibhala ukuthi leli bhilidi kufanele livalwe phecelezi shut down bese ke abantu betholelwa indawo enye yokuhlala. Ngakho enye into eyavela kulombiko owawuvela kuyi-social development noma ezokuthuthukiswa komphakathi uma uphawula ngaleli bhilidi. Ubuzile futhi ummeli ukuthi ingabe kunjalo uyakwazi. Ufakazi wathi yebo konke lokho asanda kucaphuna uyakwazi.
Ma'am, just to follow up with the question, despite that report and despite that recommendation, the JPC did not shut down the facility, did it?
No, it's not.
All right. All right. Now, I also want to talk about bylaws and fire safety equipment. When you testified before the Commission on day 21, you were asked whether you're aware of the emergency services bylaws that require an owner to make provision for certain fire equipment in a building, and you confirmed that you are aware of that.
Yes.
All right, and you also conceded in your evidence that the city is not exempt from these bylaws.
Yes, I
Right.
consider that.
And by extension, and considering its role in this matter, the JPC is also not exempt from those bylaws. You confirmed
Yes,
that.
I confirm that.
All right. Now, there was not any firefighting equipment in place at the Usindiso building either before or when the fire occurred. Is that right?
I don't know before when the building was occupied by Bradley.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I don't know after the building was hijacked. I can't confirm if there was fire equipment in the building.
All right. But you did in your evidence provide excuses for non-compliance with this with these bylaws.
I gave factual, not excuses. I gave factual facts.
Well, let me take you to them.
Yeah, sure.
I don't want to quarrel about it. At page 275,
270?
275.
275.
Thank you, Chair. Are you there, ma'am?
Yeah.
275. From line 10 is where the questions from my learned friend, Mr. Sedumeni, indicate you're aware of this emergency services bylaws regarding fire equipment, and your response is yes.
Yes, I
Right.
stand by the statement.
And,
Your-
right, and you also, at around line 17, know the city is not exempt from the bylaws, correct?
Yes, I see that.
All right, and at the bottom of the page, your response, there is 2 reasons why JPC would not take them, could not, would not, could not take certain measures. So let's forget about whether this is an excuse or a fact. The confirmation here is that there was no fire equipment at the building. JPC certainly had not taken those steps.
No, we've not taken the steps to put fire
All
equipment
right,
in the
all
building.
right, thank you.
Ike umeli ube eseqhubeka nendlela yakhe yokuthi okokuqala akabuza umbuzo manje kukho konke lokhu abekusho ukuthi njengoba sishilo ukuthi umbiko kanye owawuvela kuyi-social development wawunezincomo wawuzisho ezinye zezincomo zawo kwakuwukuthi alivalwe leli bhilidi ngakho ummeli ubuzile ukuthi naphezu kokuthi kwakuphumele lezo zincomo yiqiniso yini ukuthi ibhilidi alizange livalwe njengoba kwakushiwo uvumile ufakazi ukuthi cha alizange vele livalwe naphezu kwalezo zincomo ube futhi esembuza ukuthi ingabe uyazi yini ukuthi ngokwemthetho yomasipala ama bylaws kufanele ibhilidi libe nezinsiza ezibhekelela ukucishwa komlilo uma kungenzeka uqubuke futhi idolobha nalo linomthwalo wokuthi liqikelele ukuthi liyakwenza lokho ngokufanayo ne-JPC alibekelwe eceleni lona kuthiwe lona cha akunandaba ngisho lingakwenzanga nalapho futhi uvumile ufakazi ukuthi kunjalo ubeke esekubeka phambi kwakho ummeli ukuthi uyavuma yini ukuthi kuleli ability esikhuluma ngalo zazingekho izinsiza zokucisha umlilo ngaphambi nangosuku lomlilo ilapho ke ufakazi ethe cha akakwazi ukukhuluma ukuthi ngaphambili zazingekho ngoba akazi ukuthi ngesikhathi oqale ngena kuleli bhilidi zazikhona yini akwaziyo ingesikhathi kuqala umlilo ukuthi zazingekho kodwa ngaphambili angeke asho ukuthi zazingekho ubeke ufakazi esethi kodwa esitatimendeni sakho uye wabeka izaba zokuthi kungani kungenzekanga ilapho ke ufakazi ethe cha ungakubizi ngokuthi izaba lokho engakubhala embikweni wami phecelezi ama-excuses cha akuzona izaba kwakuwamaqiniso lana engawabeka yilapho ke ummeli ebesethi ake siye ekhasini 275 ehamba umuqa nomuqa embonisa ukuthi waphendula wathini ngokwesibonelo baye estatementeni sakhe ekhasini 275 emgqeni number 10 lapho ummeli umnumzana uSidumedi ambuza ufakazi esikhathini esedlule ukuthi uyayazi yini imithetho yomasipala ekhuluma ngokuthi kufanele kube nezinsiza nemishini nakho konke okubhekelela uma kuqubuka umlilo lapho ufakazi waphendula ngokuthi yebo wamusa futhi kumuqa number 17 lapho wachaza khona ukuthi idolobha kanye na iJPC nabo ababekelwe eceleni ngaphansi kwalomthetho nabo bayangena ubeke esemfundela ukuthi ebufakazini bakhe wathi kunezizathu ezimbili ezabenza bangakwazi ukukwenza lokho ube umele sethi ke ngisho ngingakubizi ngokuthi izaba ke lokho kodwa ebufakazini bakho uthe kunezizathu ezimbili ezabangela ukuthi ningakwenzi lokhu okwakulindelekile ngokuphathelene nezinsiza uma kwenzeka kuqubuka umlilo.
Ma'am, I'm going to move now to December 2018 and January 2019. In your statement, your witness statement, and in your oral evidence, you testified that the building was hijacked on the 24th of December 2018. Is that right?
Yeah, if I can go to that statement.
You're welcome. It's
Which
at
page is it?
page 16. Paragraph 88.
Yes,
So correct. And also in that paragraph, you say that the JPC was notified at the time
yes,
that more than 150 people had stormed into the building and forcibly occupied it.
yes,
Correct?
yes,
All right. And you also testified that this was confirmed during an inspection of the building on the 2nd of January 2019,
yes.
because your offices were closed on the 24th, but it was confirmed on the 2nd of January. All right. Now, your witness statement, and perhaps let's just stay there, at paragraph 89, same page, page 16, indicates that during early 2019, there was a blitz planned. COJ Citizen Relation, Urban Management, Department of Home Affairs, and GFIS, Group Forensic Investigation Services, planned a blitz, correct?
Yes,
All right, so they planned that blitz during early 2019 after the JPC was notified of this invasion of the building or hijacking of the building, whatever it might be called. All right. Now, I just want to, and then over the page, or actually just below 90, the operation revealed there were too many who were illegally collecting rentals, and there were 143 undocumented foreign nationals, and it was then confirmed that the building had been hijacked. Right. Now, I just want to clarify the dates, because if we go to HB 11, that's at page 142 of the bundle, quite substantially further in. It should be under tab 8.
okay,
Right, that's an internal memorandum, and it's dated 31 August 2023, at the top left. Is that
yes,
right?
Yes,
Okay. If you look further down, it says alleged hijacking of a property, and then it's got a GFIS, what seems to be almost like a case number.
yes,
It's 118/08/2019.
yes,
Now that seems to refer to August, is that right?
to August,
2019,
yes, yes.
all right?
Well, I don't know, it's chiefest, I'm not sure if that's the month. I can recognize the year, but I can't say for certain.
You can't be
if
sure.
that's the month, because
All right.
that's the chiefest memo.
All right. Now, if you look further down on the page, where it's the heading investigation conducted,
Mm-hmm.
1, 2, 3, on the 4th line, on 17 October 2019, GFIS, in conjunction with SAPS, Department of Home Affairs, various others, conducted a joint operation wherein occupants were interviewed and statements were obtained from them.
Yes,
And over the page, during the joint operation, 2 alleged hijackers were identified and arrested, and a criminal case was opened, and it's also got a case number. It's 1140/10/2019. So in other words, the joint operation took place in October.
I can't confirm.
Well, this
yeah.
is
That's what that memo says, but
this is what this memorandum says.
so that's the memo that Chiefest has written,
All right,
Yes.
and you've received a copy of this memorandum,
yes,
and it was attached to your statement.
yeah,
Is that right?
that's correct.
All right, and it clearly says that in 17 October is
Mhm.
when the operation took place.
Yes,
So, after JPC found out about this hijacking on the 24th of December and became fully aware of it on the 2nd of January,
Mhm.
there was a 10-month delay before the operation took place.
No, I can't confirm that. I think we would have reported it to the law enforcement agencies and to the relevant departments.
All right,
Um,
but
so-
this document shows that it was conducted in October.
We'll have to
that
find
month.
out if there was one done before that.
All right, but your statement doesn't mention one done before that, it mentions this and refers to this statement. Is that right? To this report?
It says 89 during early 2019. That's
Yes.
what we'll have to confirm if
All right.
there was
Okay.
if there was a blitz done before October.
All right. I put
I
it to you,
think it
ma'am, that,
refers to
I put
both,
it to you,
yeah.
ma'am,
Mm.
that this document confirms that the blitz took place in October, not in January. There was no blitz in January. The blitz took place in October.
I don't know that. It says, my statement 89 says during early 2019. So we'll have to check in the office and with those relevant departments if there was one done in early 2019 and which part of early 2019 and if there was one done in October.
All right. Now, I want to look to the rest of your evidence, but perhaps translation should take place.
Thank you, Chair. Ake ufakazi uqhubekile manje nokuhlola lesi statement esasibhaliwe kodwa ke manje kulokhu ubese gxile kakhulu ezinsukwini uma eqhathanisa izinsuku ngoba okokuqala kuyacaca ukuthi kwezwakala ngokwestatement ufakazi wabhala ukuthi ibhilidi ngo2018 December yilapho kwazwakala khona ukuthi lase lithathwe ngenkani noma lithathwe abantu bengene kulona ngendluzula lathathwa laseliba hijacked building ubeke ese Musa ekhasini 88 lapha kusigaba 80 ekhasini 16 uxolo kodwa isigaba ngo88 lapho kuchazwa khona ukuthi kukhona okwenziwa ukupheqululo okwenziwa kwayiwa kulo ibhilidi beyozibonela ngokobufakazi bangempela ukuthi kunjalo yini ngoba babezwile ukuthi ibhilidi laselithathwe ngenkani kodwa bengakaze bazibonele ngokwabo ngakho kwaqinisekiswa ke ngesikhathi beya ngokobufakazi kubonakala ukuthi baya ngoJanuary ka2019 lapho beyaya khona ngokuqondile kuleli bhilidi baze bathola abantu abangaba ngu150 abatholakala bengenazo izincwadi zokuhlala kuleli ngokusemthethweni ngakho manje indaba ibe lapho ke ukuthi uma sekutholakala laba bantu ingabe lolu pheqululo lokuya lapha lwenzeka nini ngempela ilapho ekubonakala ngathi izinsuku zibonakala zingafani ngokwalokho okubhaliwe nokwalokho okushiwoyo ngoba kobunye ubufakazi obubhaliwe ku-internal memorandum ebhalwe ngaphakathi uma ithinta izinsuku ikhuluma ngomhla eyabhalwa ngomhla 31 August ithi kwenzeka lokhu ngomhla ka-1808 2019 okuyinyanga ka-August ke leyo manje okube sebuza ke umeli ukuthi ingabe lokhu kusho ukuthi njengoba kubhala u08 kule case number eyayivuliwe ngabe kwakungu August yini loyo ufakazi lapha kaphumanga ke ngokuthe ngqo ukuthi ngabe lo 08 usho ukuthi uAugust yini yize umeli efaka bonisa ukuthi cha imvamisa ngokubhalwa kanje kusuke kuyinyanga ngokwalobufakazi ngoba ithi 08 2019 kodwa ke uphenyo lapho kubonakala ukuthi lwenziwa ndawonye kwakuhlangene iSAPS JMPD abahamba bayokwenza ngomhla ka17 October benza lokho kuthiwa ama rates lapho baya khona bayophequlula beyobheka ngokuphelele kuleli bhilidi kusho ukuthi lwenzeka ngomhla ka17 October 2019 ngakho ummeli ke ilapho ka akubeka khona ukuthi uma kusukela ngosuku abezwa ngalo ukuthi ibhilidi lithathiwe cishe ngoDecember 18 kuze kuyiwa kuleli bhilidi ngoOctober 2019 ummeli uthi izinyanga eziyishumi phakathi ngaphambi kokuba bayokwenza ukuphequlula yize bezwile ufakazi ke akafuni ukusho ngempela ukuthi lo October ovela lapha ingabe usho ukuthi yilo yini lokho noma kukhona okunye okwake kwenziwa ngaphakathi ngakho uthi ngeke akufakazele lokho kodwa ummeli ukubeka phambi kwakhe ukuthi lokhu kubhalwe phansi njengokwenzeka ngomhla ka17 October 2019 okuyizinyanga eziyishumi ke kusukela kuzwakele ukuthi ibhilidi lithathwe ngenkani.
Ma'am, can we just again turn to your statement at paragraph 17, at page 17. It's the page with, it's got the one paragraph on and the rest is blank. Right, now, after that point in your statement, you don't deal with the Usindiso building again in your statement. You deal with policy and general matters, but you don't deal with any facts in relation to the Usindiso building after that paragraph. Is that right?
Yes.
All right, so your discussion of the Usindiso building ends with the blitz in your statement. And when I look at your evidence that you gave over 3 days, your evidence about Usindiso building also ends with the blitz. Is that right? So you haven't given any evidence of any steps taken by the JPC in relation to Usindiso building after 2019. Is that right?
I think it's implied in the way I responded to the question. I mentioned that the
I
building
didn't
wa-
mention any particular question.
Yeah, no,
What I'm
just saying-
asking you,
Can I
let
finish?
me rephrase the question. The question is, does your evidence that you gave deal with any facts and steps taken by JPC in relation to Usindiso building after 2019?
And I respond by saying that it's implied because in the way I was questioned, I explained why we couldn't intervene with the Usindiso building after it was hijacked.
All right, so
I think-
if
yeah.
you couldn't intervene, then you didn't intervene.
I could not intervene, it was hijacked.
Yes, but the
Couldn't
fact
get into
is,
the building.
the fact is that you didn't intervene after that.
After
After
2019. No, we did not intervene because we
Thank you,
could
ma'am.
not intervene.
All right, and on the 31st of August 2023, the Usindiso building caught fire, correct?
Yes?
And that fire resulted in a substantial number of deaths, at least 77, and scores of other people being injured and rendered homeless, correct?
That's correct.
All right, so, Mr. Interpreter?
Thank you,
Thank
Chair. Ubeke semusa statementeni sakhe sokugcina isigaba sokugcina ekhasini 17 lapho istatement sakhe ufakazi sekupheleni kwaso. Ubeke ummeli esethi kuye kulesi statement sakho njengoba ukhuluma uzwakala manje ungasakhulumi ngebhilidi losindiso kodwa uzwakala sewukhuluma ngezinqubo omgomo nje okufanele zilandelwe. Ngamanye amazwi singasho sithi ukungenelela kwenu njenge JPC kuphela ngalokho akubiza ngokuthi iblitz. Uthina sezitatimendeni sakhe sezinsukwini ezintathu nakhona futhi akabange sakhuluma enaba uma kuziwa edabeni lwebhilidi usindiso. Ngakho uthi angakubeka phambi kwakhe ukuthi ukungenelela kwabo njenge JPC kwagcina ngo2019 akubange kusaba khona ngemva kuka 2019. Ufakazi uthi yebo kungenxa yokuthi ilokho ayefuna ukukusho nangalesikhathi ebuzwa imibuzo kuzwakala kanjalo kodwa ufakazi ummeli uthi cha ake ngibeke kucaca ukuzwe kahle. Ngithi mina ukungenelela kwenu njenge JPC uma kuziwa entweni ethinta ibhilidi usindiso yagcina ngonyaka ka2019. Ufakazi uthi yebo besingeke phela sisakwazi ukungenelela ngoba ibhilidi laselithathwe ngenkani. Ngakho ummeli uthi uma kunjalo ke kusho ukuthi vele anizange nisangenelela kusukela ngo2019. Yebo impendulo uthi ufakazi yebo kunjalo asibange ke sisangenelela ngenxa ukuthi ibhilidi vele laselisezandleni zabantu abalithathe ngenkani. Ubeke ese ummeli esethi ke kusukela lapho ke kuza kumhla ka31 August 2023 okuusuku kwaqhubuka ngalo umlilo ke lo mlilo owenza salahlekelwa ukuphila kwabantu abangaba ngu77 kwathi abaningi balimala kodwa ungenelela kwenu njenge JPS kwase kugcine ngesikhathini esedlule.
Thank you. So, ma'am, to summarize, at the time of the fire, the JPC had become fully aware that the NGO had vacated the building, correct?
That is correct.
It was also fully aware that the building was not being maintained by the NGO, the JPC, or the city.
That's correct.
It was also aware that the building was in a wholly uninhabitable state.
That's correct.
It was also aware that the residents faced a host of social and environmental difficulties, including crime and overcrowding, correct?
That's correct.
It was also aware that there'd been a hijacking of the building,
That's correct.
and it was also aware that there was no firefighting equipment at the building.
That's correct.
All right, so, and then in the almost 4 years between October 2019 and perhaps we can say January, we'll find out, but since 2019 up to August 2023, and despite that knowledge, which you've just confirmed, the JPC and the city did not shut down the facility. Is that correct?
And I think in my evidence, we explained why we did not shut down the building.
And it did not, despite having been advised to do so by the social department.
Yes, and I explained in the evidence given the first time, the reason we could not shut down the building, we'd have to find alternative accommodation
Yes, ma'am.
for the residents.
And the city and the JPC did not perform any maintenance of the building, even though it was aware that it was uninhabitable and it was still occupied by vulnerable people.
Yes,
Is that
we
correct?
we explained in my evidence.
Firstly, is that correct?
I can't give a binary answer. We explained in the evidence the volume of budget that is needed to maintain not just that building, but all buildings.
But you've already given the binary answer that you didn't perform any maintenance of the building. It's despite the fact that it was uninhabitable.
I gave a binary answer with the reason why we
Right.
could not. And the
All right,
reason was lack of
JPC
budget.
and the city in that 4-year period also did not provide any firefighting equipment to the building despite obligations to do so, legal obligations, which you've confirmed are applicable.
Yes.
All right, ma'am. And the JPC and the city did not institute eviction proceedings against the occupants of the building
And I
in that
think
4-year
the
period.
evidence, in the evidence that I gave earlier
Ma'am, can you
on-
first just confirm whether that's correct?
Yes,
The JPC and the city did not institute eviction proceedings against the occupants of the building. Is that right?
it's not a yes or no answer.
Well, did you
Yes, I did.
institute eviction proceedings?
There was a stay of evictions, as I've mentioned in the
Ma'am,
evidence, and
That,
legal
that
can
I'm
answer
sure will be
that.
dealt with by Siri, and I'm sure it will be dealt with under re-examination. But the fact is, there were no eviction proceedings instituted by the JPC or the city against the occupants of the Usindiso building during the 4 years up to the fire.
Because there was
Is
a
that
stay of
right?
evictions. There was a moratorium and a stay of evictions.
So the answer is yes, and the reason is because there was a stay of evictions.
That's how you have to.
Is that
put it,
correct?
yes.
All right, thank you. Madam Chair, I'm very close to done.
Yes.
If I can perhaps finish and then
Yes.
the interpretation can take place. Ma'am, I put it to you that bearing in mind all of these circumstances and the inaction by the city and by the JPC, that the city and the JPC were derelict in their duties regarding the Usindiso building.
I
Would you like to
can't-
comment?
No, I can't comment on that.
All right. I also put it to you that given these circumstances and the JPC and the city's knowledge of these circumstances, that it was wholly foreseeable by the city and the JPC that there was a substantial risk of fire at the Usindiso building.
No, I can't comment on that either.
And I also put it to you that given these circumstances and the JPC and the city's knowledge of these circumstances, that it was also wholly foreseeable that if a fire took place at this building, that that fire would result in a significant loss of life, significant injury, and homelessness.
No, I can't comment.
You
on
can't comment. All right. I now then must put it to you, ma'am, that despite the knowledge of these circumstances and despite the fire and consequent loss, the JPC despite knowledge and despite the foreseeability that we've talked about of the fire, the city and the JPC did not take any action from 2019 to 2013.
That's not true. I think I've explained in my previous evidence the circumstances surrounding the obstacles that the city faced.
So is the answer then that no action was taken because there were obstacles?
I think it's not no action was taken. I think it was difficult to take action because of the circumstances, not just surrounding that building, but the whole inner city.
Right. Ma'am, I put it to you that no action was taken. You've already answered. JPC and the city, I put it to you, should be found liable for the deaths, for the injuries, the loss of life, the homelessness resulting from this fire.
I cannot comment on that.
Right, thank you, ma'am. Chair, I have no further questions. If the interpretation can take place.
Thank you, Mr.
you,
Felgate, for keeping to your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. Ubeke ufakazi esethi uzofinqa konke akwethulile phambi kuka ummeli uxolo ummeli uthe uzofinqa konke akwethulile phambi kafakazi. Okokuqala ukuthi iJPC yayazi ukuthi ababeqasheleli bhilidi le yanhlangano engenza inzuzo eqashele bhilidi yayingasekho kuleli bhilidi. Ingabe kunjalo ufakazi uvumile ukuthi yayazi. iJPC idolobha lomkhandlu waseGoli kanye nayo lenhlangano engenza inzuzo ebeyisebenzisa leli bhilidi yayingasalinakekeli leli bhilidi. Ingabe kunjalo ufakazi uvumile ukuthi yebo kunjalo. Futhi leli bhilidi kwakungasaphileki phakathi kwalo ngenxa yobugebengu obabudlalubi lapha yangaphakathi. Uvumile ufakazi ukuthi kunjalo. Babazi ukuthi ibhilidi selithathiwe lahlala kwahlala kulo ngenkani. Yebo kunjalo uvumile ufakazi. Babazi ukuthi kuleli ability azikho izinsiza noma amathuluzi okucisha umlilo uma kungenzeka uqale. Uthi babazi ngalokho. Babazi futhi ukuthi kuleli ability akuseyona indawo okufanele kuhlale kuyo abantu. Uvumile ufakazi ukuthi babazi. Kona kummeli uthi kusukela ngo-October 2019 ukuza ku-August 2023 okwaqubuka ngawo umlilo. Cishe leminyaka emine. Idolobha iJPC ayizange yenze lutho ngalokho kwenzeka lapha ya. Ufakazi uthi cha kukhona sasingakwenza kodwa njengoba sishilo kwakunezingqinamba engizibalulile ngaphambili ezinjengemali njalo njalo. Ufakazi ummeli uthi cha kodwa iqiniso yini ukuthi akukho lutho enikwenzile phakathi nalesi sikhathi. Yebo, impendulo ithi yebo akukho kodwa uma echaza zikhona izinto ezazibanqanda ukuthi bangakwazi ukwenza lokho. Ummeli uphinde futhi wakubeka phambi kwakhe ufakazi ukuthi idolobha umkhandlu kamasipala wedolobha kanye neJPC ayizange ikwenze lokho ngokomthetho okufanele ikwenze ukuthi iqikelele ukuthi ibhilidi nebhilidi linayo indawo yokucisha umlilo. Yebo azange bakwenze. Ubesethi futhi abazange bakulalele lokho okwakushiwo ukuthi kufanele abantu bakhishwe kuleli ability baphumele ngaphandle. Lapho ke ufakazi uthe akakwazi ukuthi yebo noma athi cha kumiphakathi nendawo lapho kumele ethe cha kulungile ke iseri iyoxoxa ngalokho kodwa iqiniso ukuthi abantu abazange bakhishwe kuleli ability ngoba kwaze kwashaya usuku la ngomhla ka-23 bese phakathi kulona. Ubesethi ummeli ke manje ngizokubeka phambi kwakho futhi ukuthi uyakuvuma noma awukuvumi lokho okulandelayo ukuthi idolobha kanye neJPC abazange bakwenze obokufanele bakwenze. Uthe ufakazi cha akaphawuli lutho lapho akukho azokusho ngalokho. Ubesethi ngokolwazi obasekubonakala ukuthi lukhona kwase kuvele kubonakala ukuthi uma leli bhilidi liqhubeka uma kungenzeka kuqala umlilo la lo mlilo uzoba ingozi ubulala abantu. Ufakazi uthe cha angifuni ukusho lutho lapho no comment akazange aphawule. Ubese chaza futhi ummeli ukuthi ukungabikho kwamathuluzi okucisha umlilo khona lapha yangaphakathi nakho kwakubeka engozini leli bhilidi futhi into eyayiwulwazi olubonakalayo ukuthi kungenzeka foreseeable kusengaphambili ukulibona. Nalapho futhi ufakazi uthe cha akafuni ukuphawula okuthile. Ube esethi ke ummeli iJPC kanye nedolobha kusukela ngo2019 ukuya ku2023 ayivume ukuthi ayizange yenze lutho. Ufakazi uthe cha phela zibe khona ingqinamba engizishilo ngaphambili ukuthi besibhekene nazo engizibalile ebufakazini bami ngakho ngeke ngisho njalo kodwa kunezinto ezithile ezazisinqinda noma ama obstacles ayemi ngaphambi kwethu ekutheni sifeze lokho. Kodwa ummeli uthi cha yamukela ukuthi kodwa anizange nenze lutho. Uzothini ke uma ngithi iJPC kanye nedolobha iyona enecala ngokufa kwabantu abafa kuleli ability iyona futhi enecala ngokulimala kwabantu kuleli ability. Nalapho futhi ufakazi uthe cha akanazwi angaliphawula ngalokho.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioner. And
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Interpreter and
Felgate.
witness.
I think this will be an appropriate time to take a tea adjournment and reconvene at 11:45. Ms. Zondo, before you take over, I just wanted to find out if there were any questions that Mr. Siminya had for Ms. Bottas.
Chair, thank you very much. Just a few. Ma'am, you'd recall the last time I was with you, we were discussing whether there is a legal instrument that would authorize the change of land use rights in a building. Recall that?
Sorry, what, a legal instrument in terms of man use rights? Just repeat that.
The last time we spoke, I had asked it to supply me, or the commission rather, with a legal instrument, I use the word legal document, which would authorize the change of land use rights from one to the other without following process. You recall that evidence?
Yes, I recall that.
And as a consequence, we then requested MNS to give us a document that would authorize that type of migration, I called it. You
Yes.
recall that?
Yes.
And I will argue that even today, there is no such a legal instrument. Your comment?
Now, I think the MNS, and you can check with them, we're going to check with the city's planning department because they deal with land use rights.
And that's precisely where I want to take you, because we've heard the evidence of Mr. Rabba Shakha. You know him?
Yeah, is he the head of planning?
Yes.
Yeah,
He tells us that he's head of planning.
yes.
I just wanted to share with you some of what he told the commission.
Yeah,
I can give you a copy of the statement and I can share it with the legal team as well as the commission, but trust my undertaking, I will try to read it to you slowly and call for your comment. Mr. Koza?
Ubeke usihlalo ecela ukuthi ngaphambi kokuba ummeli uMiss Zondo aqhubeke ucela ukuba umnumzana uSemenya nikwithuba lokuthi uma naye nemibuzo athanda ukuyibhekisa kufakazi akwenze lokho. Ngakho ke Advocate Semenya uma isukuma uthe ukumkhumbuza ebuyele emuva ukuthi esikhathini esidlule wayecelile uthi ekuqaleni wayeshilo ukuthi ayikho kuze kube manje lokho akubiza ngokuthi illegal instrument abese kuchaza ukuthi empeleni kusho incwadi esemthethweni or illegal document enikeza ilungelo lokushintshwa kwendawo ukusetshenziswa kwayo ibe seyisetshenziselwa okunye kusuke ekutheni indawo ibesetshenziselwa lokhu bese isetshenziselwa lokhu uthi akakazi namanje akakabutholi lobo bufakazi obunikeza ukuthi kukhona imvume yokwenza kanjalo. Ufakazi ke ubesethe hayi uma kunjalo ne MNS ingakakhiphi lobo bufakazi kungcono ukuthintwane nomnyango wezokuhlelwa kwedolobha city planning ngoba kungenzeka yona inabo lobo bufakazi ayebushilo. Advocate Semenya ubesethi ke ufike lapho vele nami bengifuna siye khona endabeni ethinta i-city planning ngoba uyamazini umnumzane umnumzane Rabashaka ubizwa uthi uyinhloko uma kuziwa kulomnyango wezokuhlelwa kwamaplani uyamazi yini uthe yebo ngakho njengamanje kusekulolo daba ke lokuthi abheke ukuthi angamnikeza yini ngisho istatement sakhe ngakho ucele ukuthi njengamanje uadvocate uzomfundela okubhalwe kulesi statement angasheshi azama ukufunda kahle njengoba kunjalo ezokuthi kwakubhalwe isiphi statement esasibhalwe umnumzane oyinhloko yalomnyango wezokuhlelwa umnumzane Rabashaka.
So against this statement which would appear at page 299, don't stress about that. There is a paragraph 3.1.3 where he says the uses this is about Usindiso, permitted under Industrial 1 are as follows. 3.1.3.1, industrial purposes, the next public garages, the next public or private parking areas, stops, business purposes, dwelling units, and residential buildings. That is what Industrial 1 means, he told us. You don't quarrel with that, do you?
Well, that's what his statement says. I'll accept that.
Okay. And then he continues to say, 3.1.4, what this means is that residential building is permissible in an area that is zoned Industrial 1. This must, however, not be construed to mean that a building designed for commercial use, i.e. a factory, can be occupied for residential use without any modification to suit such residential purposes. You also would accept the authority of his opinion on the point.
Yes?
Ubeke esemfundela istatimende ayesibhalile umnumzane Rabashaka oyinhloko yezokuhlelwa lapha ku 3.1.3 echaza khona ukuthi iziphi izinto ezivumelekile uma indawo ibhekwa njengendawo yezimboni noma industrial ukuthi leyo ndawo ingasetshenziselwa izinto ezihlukahlukene okunye kwazo kungaba izinto zama garage yomphakathi ingase ivunyelwe ukusetshenziswa zona ngisho nezindawo zokuhlala so lezi zindawo ziyangena ngaphansi kwalokhu akuchaza kulesi statement sakhe kodwa ke manje ube esethi kulapha ku 3.1.4 ukuthi lezi zindawo ezibizwa njengezindawo zama industrials ezimboni uma kwenzeka zihlalwa kuzo ngokwesibonelo ifactory awukwazi ukuvele kuhlalwe kuyona kodwa kufanele kuqale kwenziwe ukulungisa modification okufanele yenziwe uma kuzothathwa kuyindawo eyefactory yezimboni bese kuhlaliswa abantu kuyona ngokobufakazi bakhe uthi kufanele kwenziwe ukulungiswa okuthile khona ke kubekwe phambi kwakho ufakazi ukuthi ingabe nalokho uyakuvumelana yini nakho ikakhulukazi njengoba kushiwo isikhulu esiphezulu sezokuhlelwa nalapho uyavuma ufakazi ukuthi kunjalo.
The import of his evidence is that the lease agreement with Usindiso Ministries was not legally competent to change without compliance with the change in the land use rights for that building. Any comment?
Sorry, you just need to clarify your statement for me. The lease agreement was not legally compliant without the change in land use rights, meaning?
No, what I mean by rephrasing,
Yeah.
the lease agreement, for it to have been legally compliant, would have had to have been done subsequent to the land use rights for that building.
So in other words, the property had to be rezoned. Is
Yes.
that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yes, and I think we explained the property was not rezoned, but it was previously a women's shelter in 1994. So the property was modified to residential, but was not, the zoning was not done. The zoning of the property, it was not an industrial building.
Rambashaka is an authority on the point and says it shouldn't have happened. That's what I'm driving to you.
What, the lease agreement should not have happened?
Yes, without the change, proper change in the land use rights.
Yes, the zoning, I think I explained in the first thing that my first evidence that the rezoning of the property was not done.
Ubeke ese beka phambi kwakhe advocate ukuthi ngokwalomthetho ke manje we land use rights uma kubhekwa izivumelwano okwakungenwe kusona izivumelwano sokuqashiselana umnumzana Rambashaka ukubeka ngokuqondile ukuthi kwakungafanele kwenziwe ngaphandle kokulandela lenqubo ngaphandle ukuthi kushintshwe nofakazi uyakuvuma lokho kuphinde kurezonwe indawo manje ikwazi ukuthi ihlalisa abantu ngakho kwangeke kuze kwenzeke ngakho lobu okushiwo uRambashaka oyisikhulu ukubeka phambi kwakho ufakazi ukuthi ngabe uyahambisana uyavumelana yini ngempela ukuthi bekufanele kube njalo ufakazi uyasho ukuthi yebo bekufanele kube njalo njengoba sichazile esikhathi njengoba ngachaza esikhathini esidlule ukuthi leya ndawo kwakuyindawo yokukhoselisa abantu abahlukumezekile abesikhashana kodwa ayizange ishintshwe noma yenziwe lokho kuthiwa rezoned bese ibizwa ngokuthi sokuyindawo esingalungela ukusetshenziselwa okunye okuhlukile.
To a series of questions put to you by my learned colleague, Mr. Felgate, you kept on giving the answer, no comment. Recall that?
Sorry, I kept on giving the answer of?
To a series of questions that Mr. Felgate put to you, your reaction and response was you have no comment.
That's correct, I did say that.
Ohlwini lembuzo oye wabuzwa wona ummeli umnumzana uFelgate uyabeka phambi kwakhe uadvocate ukuthi eminye yalembuzo abembuza yona ubemane aphendule ufakazi ngokuthi akukho azokusho lapho phecelezi no comment uyavuma ufakazi ukuthi ngempela ukwenzile lokho.
In fairness to you, ma'am, I should warn you that as evidence leaders we're going to argue that city and JPC, together with many other entities within the city whose primary responsibility was to look after, among others, the safety of the people in Usindiso, you failed to do that. And there should be legal consequences for it. Your comment?
I can't comment on that, on what you're going to do.
Uyakubeka futhi uadvocate ukuthi uma emtshela nje noma emenza azi ukuthi njengoba sekwenzekile lokhu bazoxoxa bahlangane bakhulumisane ngalokhu uma kuxoxwa ke kunaleyo nkulumo mpikiswano yengxoxiswano ezobe yenzeka idolobha umkhandlu idolobha iCity kanye neJPC kanye nezinye izinhlaka obekufanele zenze okuthile bazoya ekutheni azizange zikwenze lokho okufanele zazingabe zikwenzile ngokomthetho sisekelo zilandela wona kubekwa kuye kufakaza ukuthi kukhona yini angakusho ngalokho uma kusekuxoxiswana futhi kubekwa icala idolobha iJPC nezinye inhlaka ezingawenzanga kahle umsebenzi nalapha futhi ufakaza uthi akukho azokusho ya ngalokho.
Simply put, you can't be an accounting officer and a CEO who takes no responsibility subsequent to a tragedy claiming 76 deaths and scores of other injuries to people. So you now know where I'm going to go with this, and you still have no comment.
I've got no comments.
Uthi ke uadvocate uma nje ekwenza kube lula lokho kuzwakale ngamagama lula ngamanye amazwi awukwazi ukuthi uthi ungusomaqhuzu obhekelela ezezimali kuwe isikhulu esiphezulu esisebenzayo na ku JPC bese wena uzihlangula uthi wena awukho ongakusho noma ongakuthwala kulokho uyabona yini ukuthi kukuphi lapho abheke khona usho njalo uadvocate ngakho nalapha futhi uyaphinda ufakaza uthi cha akukho engizokusho mina ngalokho.
Those are the questions we have for the witness.
Thank you, Advocate Minya. Ms. Zondo.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. Bottas.
Good day.
Ms. Zondo, before you proceed, remember in your application you had indicated that you needed 90 minutes for the cross-examination of the witness. Do you still stand by that time limit?
Unfortunately, Chairperson, because we're not used to working in context where there's an interpreter, we don't put in that calculation the time of the interpreter, but it should be not too far from the 90 minutes.
Yes, I'm going to hold you on to your 90 minutes.
Chairperson, you promised a reasonable time. Thank you, Chairperson. Ms. Bottas, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I just want to ask, when did you personally become aware of the Usindiso building and the challenges in that building? You personally?
I think when my team gave me feedback, general managers gave me feedback, that there were a number of buildings hijacked in the inner city. I think in one of my statements, I mentioned that in 2018, JPC got some of the buildings back from the inner city property scheme that was run by economic development. So when the team was giving me feedback of the buildings that were hijacked, I can't tell you the exact date, but it would have been a global feedback as to not just Usindiso building, but other buildings.
So were you aware of Usindiso specifically?
And the problems there?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And what steps did you take personally to address those problems as CEO?
We look at it holistically in the inner city. I think what we then decided as JPC is to start a property release program to invite private sector in to assist us in releasing the buildings to private sector so that we could establish social housing units as per the city's requirements. And I think we released a few buildings. There were other buildings that we still had to work on. And then we also then reported the building to GFIS to go and inspect the building as well from a hijacking point of view.
Are you saying you reported Usindiso to GFIS?
We reported Usindiso and other buildings as well. I think it is in the statement. That's when they planned that blitz.
Chair, if I may just ask, I've asked the technicians to help us with the flighting of the statement.
Mhm.
Do you recall where is the statement? I have not come across it at
Sorry?
all. A report to GFIS about Usindiso.
Not an actual report, but when we feed in verbally to say we've got a number of problems in the inner city and we've got a number of hijacked buildings.
Okay, so your interventions were all general. They were
Yes.
never specific to
They're not
Usindiso.
specific to a building.
Thank you so much. Chair, if I may just ask, there is a bundle that's prepared by Seri. It's a continuation of the bundle that we gave the commission when we cross-examined Mr. Munaheng. It's titled File 2. It's next to the blue folder. Yes, it's the one that has a document open in front of it. And we want to apologize to both commissioners because we have a loose document that will refer you at the end. It is that those two files, commissioners. So just to start, Ms. Botez, I want to thank you and appreciate something that comes across in your statement. I think having been in the commission from the terms of reference to people giving evidence, we've had really two words describing buildings. We've had abandoned and we've had hijacked, 2 words. But for the first time in your statement at about paragraph 94 to 95,
What page?
in the statement, I apologize, Chairperson, I've
In the
asked it to be
bundle.
flighted, it's not in the bundle. I've asked the technician to flight it, the statement. Thank you. Paragraph 94 to 95.
Can't see the statement.
I apologize for the time that I'm wasting, Chairperson.
That's fine.
So, Ms. Botez, it's going to come up just now.
Yeah, but sorry, Chair, I can't read from there.
That far.
Yeah, I don't have my glasses.
It's not a problem. There's a file, the file that you have a file with the MNS statements, and you have a file from Norton Rose, and at the very beginning of that file is your statement, at paragraph 94 to 95.
What page?
I think it would be around page 17 of your statement. Have you found it, paragraph 94?
Yeah.
So,
The general purpose of the inner city property scheme.
yes.
Is that the, yeah?
Thank you. That's the paragraph that I'm referring to. And in that paragraph, you give us a very wide framing about inner city buildings, at least a little bit wider than what the Commission has seen in the last, in its time. And you speak about unlawfully occupied buildings. You speak about abandoned properties. you speak about inhabitable, or I'm assuming it was uninhabitable buildings and unsafe buildings. Would those four categorization and the breadth of descriptors for inner city buildings?
That the inner city buildings are illegally occupied, yes. Some are abandoned, yes. Some are uninhabitable, yes. And some are unsafe, yes.
And some at some point can be both of one of the four, all four at the same time,
Can be all four at the same time. Most times it's all four at the same time.
most times. Okay. I want to kind of take you back, having heard that answer, that when the last time that we spoke, I asked you when did you consider Usindiso to be hijacked, and you said the 24th of December, 2018. So that at least for you, pre-2018, Usindiso was another description. It wasn't hijacked as of December 2018.
Yes.
Okay. I'd like you now to just take you to the problem buildings bylaw. Are you aware of the bylaw?
Yes.
So you are comfortable with it?
Well, I don't know the detail of it because it's managed by, implementation is done by the planning department of the
Okay.
city.
I'd like to just refer the commission to the bylaw, commissioners. It's at page 379 of the bundle. It's the second file, the one that's under the black one. Page 379. And if you find page 379, it's on the right-hand side, the pagination. That's the correct one. If you can go to page 389. And at page 389, if I may just read, there's a heading, it's section 7, that says powers of an authorized official. And it says the official may, subject to the provisions of this section, declare a property or a building or any part thereof a problem property, provided that one or more of the following circumstances exist at the property. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then do you see that the list runs from A to, I believe, Q? Right? And if I can just pick a few, which I think will be important for our conversation. So 1A says the building appears to have been abandoned by the registered owner or responsible person with or without the consequence that rates or other municipal service charges have not been paid for a period of more than 3 months during any period of 12 months. Do you see that? And if you go to paragraph E, it says, is unhealthy, unsanitary, unsightly, or objectionable as determined by the personnel in the Building Control Subdirectorate of the City of Johannesburg with formal architectural qualifications and experience. Right? You've already pointed, at P it says is structurally unsound. And at Q it says is a threat or danger to the safety of the occupiers, registered owners, responsible persons, or the public in general. So you have a wide array of facts that can have a building declared as a problem building. And I want to focus specifically in the period before December 2018, right? In asking my questions to you. But we agreed on that, that this is what the city considered to be a problem building if any of these 17 factors, any of them, one or more, would make it a problem building. In the very same bylaw, if we can just go to page 386. At the very end, there's number 8, which speaks about a responsible person. And it says at A, the person any or all of the trustees of a trust or body corporate, any or all of the members of an association, any and all the members of a partnership, any or all of the directors of a company, any or all of the members of the corporation registered as the owner or holder of any property in the relevant deeds registry office. Right? That's one. That's always there. And it says or. And I want us to page over to 387. And at the very top, one says, the property being abandoned by the registered owner or holder thereof, right? And then it says the registered owner or holder thereof being absent from the Republic or his whereabouts unknown. And it says at V, such person is being appointed by the registered owner or holder thereof to be in charge of the property. So looking at that section, would you accept that the city is a responsible person on this bylaw? The city of Johannesburg,
Yes.
because it is a registered owner in terms of 8A,
Yes.
and that in terms of 8BV, that JPC is a registered owner in relation to the property,
The JPC is,
is a responsible person in terms of this bylaw.
which section are you reading?
I'm reading 8, subsection B, and then subsection V, or subsection
Yeah,
5
yeah.
in Roman numerals. As a person appointed as by the registered owner
Yes.
or in charge of the property.
Yes, I agree with you.
And if we just move over to page G, to the next page, 388, and subsection G, which says, where the local authority is unable to determine the identity of such person as mentioned in subsections A or B, above any person who accepts or is entitled to, or who have accepted or were entitled to the benefit of the use of the property, or who enjoys or enjoyed such benefit. Do you understand that?
No, I'm not sure in terms of your question what you're asking under G.
I just read you the section. I have not asked a question as yet.
Okay. So your thing is, do I understand that?
Yes, do you understand it?
Yes.
And then if we look at, so according to this bylaw,
Yes.
it's possible for there to be an owner,
Yes.
right, who's a responsible person. It's possible for the owner to appoint an agent.
Yes.
But then when the owner cannot be found by the municipality, and when the agent can't be found by the municipality, the responsible person can be an occupier, as far as the local municipality is concerned.
The responsible person can be the occupier of the building.
You accept that?
Yes, if that's what the law says.
And then, in the evidence that's come before this commission,
Mhm.
we've had at least 2 officials of the city of Johannesburg communicate that they've been to the Usindiso building and they could not find a responsible person.
Mhm.
Do you accept that?
That people say that.
Yes.
Well, I didn't hear what they said or seen their statements, so I can't accept it.
And if they said it,
Yes.
would you accept that it means that either the registered owner or the appointed agent were absent?
At the building. Yeah, the registered owner or if the city is the registered owner or the agent, we don't normally reside at the building.
But city officials say they could not find the responsible person. So it was city employees who couldn't find the responsible person in the building.
Inside the building.
In their inquiries, as it says at paragraph G, is unable to determine the identity of such person.
Yeah, I'm not sure why they couldn't find if they knew the building was registered in the city's name. I'm not sure why they said that.
And then do you accept that the only way they would have a confusion
Okay.
about who the owner of the building is if the building is either mismanaged or unmanaged?
No, if officials should know that if the building's in the name of the city, we need to find who's responsible for that. It's not about a mismanagement or unmanaged. It's all city officials know that if the title deed show that it's a city property, they know who's responsible for that.
Okay, can I just then take you to section 10 of the same bylaw? which you'll find at page 394. Which speaks to the appointment of an administrator. And at that section, the section authorizes the city to approach the court to appoint an administrator of the building. Do you accept that if an administrator is necessary, it means there is no manager in the building? Any building in the inner city, any building in the inner city. If the city must appoint an administrator, it must mean that there is no one managing the building.
No, I don't accept that's what you're saying. Because the city doesn't appoint managers per building. To stay inside the building, if that's what you get into.
No, I'm not. I'm speaking to the fact that in this subsection 10 and subsection 10(1) specifically, which I can read for you, it says the local authority may apply to the court for the appointment of an administrator where the property or building has been declared a problem property, and in which event the court may, in its discretion, appoint an administrator on such terms as it deems fit in the circumstances.
Sorry, just rephrase the question then in line with that statement.
So that if a building has been declared a problem building, that the problem is to be found in the administration and management of that building, according to section 10(1). Because section 10(1) proposes as a solution an appointment of an administrator.
Not necessarily. I don't agree with the statement that the problem could be in the management of the building. The problem could be in other stuff that makes the building unmanageable. And I suppose the courts would then give the administrator terms of reference. So it's not necessarily the management of the building. It could be circumstances that causes a building to be unmanaged or to be a problem building.
Can I then ask, in your view, having received notices pre-December 2018 about the status of Usindiso, was Usindiso a problem building?
In my view, yes, it was a problem building.
It was a problem building that JPC failed to administer.
So the JPC failed to administer.
Yes, to manage.
No, I think we managed it because like I've mentioned in my previous statements, we didn't have funds to repair the building or to maintain it. We've mentioned other problems in my statement. So I don't say JPC failed to manage it because we did try to inspect the building, to talk to the residents, etc.
But you would accept, in order for the building to be rehabilitated, it would need management and a manager.
For the building to be rehabilitated, it would
Yes.
need funding. Its first priority would need funding. A manager would have to apply for funding.
But a person must be there to apply for that funding. The building can't apply for funding for itself.
Yes, the person would have to be at JPC to apply for funding.
Thank you, Chair. I apologize for the interpretation. I apologize,
Yes.
sir.
Okay, thank you, Chair. This was much longer. I'll try to summarize, Chair.
Yes, Mr. Koza, we apologize for that. We got carried away. Ms. Zondo will remember to pause for
apologize.
interpretation.
Thank you, Chair. Okokuqala ke Ms. Zondo ukhulumile ke umbuzo oqala nje ubhekise kufakazi ukumbuza ukuthi waze nini ngempela yena ngokwakhe nje ukuthi kunaleli bhilidi elisesimweni esingekho esimweni esihle. Uma ufakazi ephendula uthi yize ngekasho ngokuqondile kodwa bakhona abahloli abahamba bayohlola amabhilidi cishe uwezwa lapha ko-2018 ngisho engekasho ngokuqondile isikhathi kodwa ngemva kwabahloli behambile bebuya nobufakazi bokuthi kunamabhilidi kwakungelona ibhilidi losindiso kuphela kodwa uthi namanye amabhilidi ngakho wakuzwa cishe lokho ngo-2018 ube sebuza ke ummeli uMrs Zondo ukuthi nabe senenzani ke uma senizwile ukuthi kunamabhilidi anjalo ukakhulukazi wena njenge CEO nesikhulu esiphezulu sikhona isinyathelo ke owasithatha uma sewazi ushilo ufakazi ukuthi yebo babe sebeyahlangana baxoxa futhi bengaxoxi ngebhilidi usindiso kuphela babexoxa nangamanye amabhilidi asesimweni esifanayo amabhilidi athathwe ngenkani babe sebeqhamuka nohlelo lolu abalibiza ngokuthi i-property release program ngakho kulolu hlelo babezodedela amanye amabhilidi abo asetshenziswe athengwe ukuze alungiswe amanye akhiwe izindawo zokuhlala ubeke esekhuluma ngombiko weGIFS akhuluma ngawo abhekisela kuwona ukuthi kukhona umbiko abanawo abawudlulisela okumbuzo ke awubuzile lapho ummeli ukuthi lo mbiko kodwa ngoba siwutholi na udlulisela kanjani cha uthi ingabe lo mbiko ngesikhathi niudlulisela nanikhuluma ngosindiso yini cha uthi cha lo mbiko kwaba nje ingxoxo nje ekhulunywayo verbally abayikhuluma besho ukuthi hey sinenkinga yamabhilidi anjena futhi sinalolu hlelo olunjengalolu esiqhamuke nalo ubeke ummeli sekhuluma ngamagama amabili asetshenziswayo elokuqala ukuthi ibhilidi it's abandoned noma lishiwe dengwane bese kuba khona elesibili ukuthi ibhilidi is hijacked okusho ukuthi leli bhilidi lithathwe ngenkani okumenze waya ezitatimendeni ke azibhala lapha ya ekhasini 94 lapho kuchazwa khona kunasekhasini 95 esitatimendeni ukuthi ibhilidi lihlonzwa kanjani ukuthi kuze kulingene phakathi kwalamagama igama mhlawumbe lithi Tshiywe Dengwane noma lithathwe ngenkani kube sekubalwa izinto eziwu4 okuthiwa izona ke eziye zishiwo uma kuyibhilidi linjalo ngokusibonelo uma ibhilidi lithathwe abantu balithatha ngodli bahlala kulo ngokungemthetho kwaba ibhilidi ukuthi uma libhekwa kuthiwe akuhlaleki kulona kwaba ibhilidi elibhekwa njengebhilidi elingaphephile kwaba ibhilidi elibhekwa njengebhilidi elingaba ingozi zonke lezi zinto kuthiwa ziye zisetshenziswe ukuhlonza ukuthi ke cha leli bhilidi akusafanele kuhlale kulo abantu ubuzile ke ukuthi ummeli ingabe nebhilidi usindiso lake lahlonzwa yini ngokunye kwalezi zinto ezisanda kubalwa yebo uthe ufakazi yebo kunjalo futhi amanye amabhilidi uthola ukuthi zonke lezi zinto zozine zikhona ziyafakwa ukuthi ibhilidi linakho konke nje lokhu ngakho ibhilidi alikho esimweni esikahle ubeke esebuyela ke ekutheni njengoba nina nithe nizwe ngaleli bhilidi ukuthi lithathwe ngodlicishe ngoDisemba 2018 ingabe nayilandela yini imithetho yomasipala ebekiwe kodwa nje kwakhona ke uyayazi yini imithetho yomasipala ube esecela ufakazi ukuthi ucela kambonise yona eminye emithetho ebizwa ukuthi ama bylaws esebenza komasipala basebeya lapha ekhasini 379 ngaphansi kwesihlokwana esithi power of authority official lesi sihlokwana besichaza igunya ukuthi yiziphi izinto isikhulu esinamandla esisiphathimandla esinikezwe wona bese sibala ke njengoba befunda izigaba ukuthi nazi manje okunye kwakho okubalwayo ukuthi uma kubonakala ukuthi ibhilidi lishiwe dengwane akekho linakile futhi sekudlule ngisho izinyanga ezintathu kungekho umuntu olikhokhelayo lelo bhilidi liyangena ke phakathi kwamabhilidi ashiwe dengwane uma ibhilidi litholakala ukuthi leli bhilidi akuphephile ukuhlala kulona ngemva kokuhlolwa isakhiwo salo siyingozi zonke lezi zinto phela nziwu 17 sezizonke kodwa umane wacaphuna ezintathu wayesesho ukuthi ibhilidi losindiso nalo nalithola ukuthi linjalo yini yebo kubeke sekuziwa kokuthi ke who is responsible person ubani umuntu ke manje okuthiwa ke uma kunjalo kufanele kubhekwane naye ekhasini 386 ilapho kuye kwaxoxwa ke ngalowo muntu ukuthi kungaba umqondisi wayo inhlangano umuntu ohlomulayo noma ama trustee noma inoma ubani umnikazi wayo ngakho lowo muntu unomthwalo wokuchaza ngalelo bhilidi kodwa ke sithi uyafunwa akatholakali mhlamba akekho eNingizimu Afrika sebemfune phansi phezulu abamtholi uyavuma yini ufakazi ukuthi umnikazi webhilidi okulapha ke umnikazi webhilidi siyazi ukuthi ibhilidi lomkhandlu wedolobha laseGoli lona singambiza ngokuthi responsible person umuntu ofanele achaze ngalo othweswe lona iJPC uyakuvuma yini lokho ukuthi iJPC yiyo manje esekufanele ithwale umthwalo ngaleli bhilidi ngoba iyona responsible person kubeke sekwenatshwa kuleyo ndaba kuzama ukuchaza ukuthi ubani uhlonzwa kanjani loyo muntu ummeli uwenabile wachaza ukuthi kuye kuqokwe umuntu kakhulukazi ngezakhiwo ezibonakala zingasezishiwe dengwane uze wakwethula lapha ezithebeni ze-commission ummeli ukuthi kunezikhulu ezimbili ezeza lapha kule commission zafike zanikeza ubufakazi zachaza izinto uma zichaza ngebhilidi ukuthi leli ability lalisesimweni esinjani ngokwalokho ezachaza ke kuphakathi kokuthi ibhilidi lalinganakekelwa kahle lokhu osingakubiza ukuthi unmanaged noma mismanagement okusho ukuthi zalingaqondiswa ukulawulwa kwalo ngendlela eqondile lapho ke ufakazi uthe cha akakwazi ngempela ngesikhathi ukubeka emahlombe abantu abaphethe ngaso sonke isikhathi nabantu abalisebenzisayo banesandla kulona kube sekudliwa lapha ku section 10 lapho sokukhulunywa khona ngokuqokwa kweadministrator ukuthi iadministrator iqokwa uma kwenze njani uye wafunda ke lapha yayisigatshana isikhuluma ngayo ukuthi uma kunebhilidi elibonakalayo ukuthi liyinkinga lelo bhilidi izikhulu zendawo zingahamba ziyomangala enkantolo bese inkantolo iqoka ke ukuthi ubani ozoba iadministrator yalelo bhilidi ngakho uyavuma yini ufakazi ukuthi ngempela leli ability lase lingaphansi kwalokho okuthiwa iadministrator ufakazi ushilo ke ukuthi yize kunjalo kodwa akavuma ukuthi abaphathi balo ngaba nesandla ufakazi uthi cha uxolo ummeli uthi cha kufanele ukuthi baba nesandla ngoba phela bayila ngithi bayofuna uma beya kuleli bhilidi bayofuna ukuthi ubani oliphethe ibhilidi noma ubani oqokiwe abazange bamthole ufakazi uthi vele abahlali khona abantu abangabanikazi bebhilidi izikhathi eziningi so okusho ukuthi ke kungenzeka mhlawumbe izinto azange zihambe kahle ikakhulukazi uma kuziwa eqophelweni elithinta izinto zezimali.
Thank you, Mr. Khoza. I apologize. I'll make sure to keep my my breaks much
Thank you,
shorter.
Chair. I really appreciate it.
Ms. Bottas, did JPC take any steps to enforce the lease between 2010 and 2018 June, when you told Pastor Bradley, as you say in your statement, that the lease will not be renewed?
When you say enforce the lease? what
I
do you
mean,
mean?
take steps as landlord.
To
So
enforce the lease?
To enforce the lease, so whether there are issues of non-compliance with the lease, calling upon the lessee to address that non-compliance? Did you take any such steps?
So I think that's why it became difficult to renew the lease, because normally when they cannot look after the building, it's because they don't have funding from wherever they source the building. That's why the lease could not be renewed. That's why they did not renew the lease in 2013.
But you
So-
told the commission that the lease was then a year-on-year lease up to 2013.
Yes, it was there, but remember I also said to the commission that the reason we couldn't evict them is because we would evict them to the streets, and we had to find alternative accommodation. I think I made that very clear in my opening, the first time I was asked questions, to say that the choice then was to say, well, what do we do with the people in the building? Do we find them alternative accommodation, which we couldn't find them, but we couldn't renew the lease with him.
And this is your reference to Usindiso Ministries?
Yes.
Okay. And so at that time in 2013, then you are aware that they were defaulting on the water and electricity?
Yes.
Okay. And you took no steps to get them to comply?
Well, if they can't pay for the water and the electricity, and they can't pay for the maintenance as per the lease agreement, then ideally they should be evicted from the building. They should leave the building. But we then can't renew a lease with somebody that can't pay for the building.
But in your statement, you say they were funded by the provincial department until June 2015.
They were funded, yes, but they could be using the funding for something else, but they were struggling with the building.
Again, did you give them a notice pointing out their failures?
I'll have to check in the office if we gave them notice. Normally, the staff would have. I think we say in my statement that the staff continuously engaged with them.
In fact, in your statement, there's complete silence about the period after from 2013 onwards,
No, they
except
would've-
to say that there's payment of rent. There's nothing in your statement that refers to
They would have engaged with them if the lease expired. That's what we do with everybody whose lease expired, is actually to engage with them. So I may not have said it in my statement, but that's what the property managers would do.
Thank you. Were you aware that the city of Johannesburg was running a clinic from the building?
No, me personally, I'm not aware of that.
Are you not aware even today as we speak now?
No.
Ike ube eseqhubeka ummeli ebuza ukuthi njenge JPC babe njengoba babe bekelele leli bhilidi kukhona yini abakwenza ukulandelela ukuthi yalandelwa yini izivumelwano ezazenziwe phela zokuqashiselana ze lease agreement ngesikhathi zenziwa ingabe kukhona yini abakwenza ukuqikelela lokho ufakazi uthe ufuna ukucaciselwa kancane lapho wayesechaza futhi ummeli ukuthi uqonde ukuthi ngabe kukhona yini okwabe kwenziwa ukuze bona njenge JPC njengoba bebhekelele phela leli bhilidi uchazile ufakazi ukuthi ngezinye izikhathi bekuba nzima njengoba eshilo yingakho banquma ukuthi uma kuphela isivumelwano sokuqashiselana angeke basasivuselele isizathu ukuthi babengenamali yokuthi basivuselele kodwa ebufakazini bakhe ummeli uyasho ukuthi kodwa ushilo ukuthi kuze kwafika kuJune 2015 benabo ababaxhasa ngezimali ufakazi uthi uma bekhona labo abaxhasa ngezimali ngenzeka naleyo mali babeyisebenzisela kwenye into babengayisebenziseli ukunakekela ibhilidi ngakho base bengenalo base bengasalinakekeli ibhilidi lokho wayekwazi futhi base bengasakhokhi ngakho ummeli ke uthi ke kususho ukuthi kusukela ngo2013 kusekuphela isivumelwano nasenivele nazi ngesimo salapha ya ukuthi sinjani futhi akukho lutho ke enalwenza ubuzile kodwa ukuthi ingabe zikhona ke ama notices enabanikeza wona ke kusukela ngaleso sikhathi lapho ke ufakazi uthi akaqiniseki kodwa kungenzeka akhona ngoba bakhona abantu abahlinzeka nobabhekelele lokho ummeli uthi kodwa ebufakazini bakhe statementeni sakho akho lutho nje olukhuluma ngalokho ngaphandle kokuthi kwakwenzeka imali gqwagqwa ikhokhwe kodwa akho lutho olunye olukhuluma ngalokho nalapho futhi uthi cha akazi kungenzeka mhlambe bakhona ababebhekelele lokho umbuzo wokugcina ubese umbuza ummeli ukuthi uyazi yini ukuthi idolobha lapha yalali nomtholampilo eliqhubayo ngaphakathi kuleli bhilidi ufakazi uthi ayi cha ubengayazi ke eyomtholampilo ubuzile ukuthi kuze kube manje awazi ngomtholampilo cha ufakazi uthi cha akazi ngomtholampilo.
So I find that quite surprising that you do not know about the clinic because within the bundle there are statements that the mayoral committee knew about the clinic.
No, I don't know about the clinic. I did not know about the clinic.
I'll be trying to be very fast to deal with the issue of the clinic. So first, if you go to page 377, you'll find a media article published by the City of Johannesburg in its own newsroom. Page 377.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that's the correct one. And you'll see that the heading of the news piece is Josie Residents Welcome Clinics Extended Hours.
Mm-hmm.
And if you count from the paragraphs, paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, on the 7th paragraph there's a sentence. It says 4 other clinics, Hingsekile in Region 1, Randburg Region B, Zandspruit Region C, and Albert Street Region F will also open for longer hours until 6, 7 p.m. on weekdays.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see it?
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to respond. And then if you go to page 372, you'll meet another article that's published by Equally Josie News. And that article says, city to open 5 drug treatment centers.
Mm-hmm.
You see it? I just want to read from that at page 374-1. And it says the following 5 clinics are proposed as sites for the community drug treatment centers. The first one is Westbury Clinic, the second one is Tladi Clinic, the third one is River Park Clinic, Region F is 80 Albert Street, Inner City. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then if we move on to page 360, which is the beginning of the folder. You then have another City of Johannesburg newsroom piece, which says City of Johannesburg shuts down a clinic due to a compromised building infrastructure.
Mhm.
Do you see it?
Yes.
Can I just read the first paragraph of it before I ask you your question? On 17 January 2019, MMC for Health and Social Development in the City of Johannesburg, Councillor Mpho Phalatse, tabled a report to the mayoral committee meeting on the challenges that the 80 Albert Street Clinic is facing due to serious environmental health issues in and around the clinic. You've seen it.
Mhm.
It refers to a report being made to mayoral committee. So are you telling the commission that the report was made to mayoral committee without JPC being consulted? And after the mayoral committee took a decision, again, you were not informed or contacted?
Oh, I can't say what, I don't have the mayoral committee report in front of me, so I can't see if we were consulted. Normally, the mayoral committee report would state departments that were consulted. So I can't say what that report said. I don't have the report in front of me.
Sure. Can I just continue reading the article?
Oh, sure.
It says a unanimous decision was taken to temporarily close down the clinic and relocate services to the nearest health facilities to ensure that primary healthcare services continue. The decision comes following an assessment by the city's environmental health inspectors who declared the building where 80 Albert Street Clinic is housed a bad building.
Yes.
So do you accept that mayoral committee was aware of the clinic, was aware of the building, and took a decision to close the clinic?
Well, I can't accept on a newspaper article. I will have to see the mayoral committee report.
But
I
this,
think that's the legal report for me, not a newspaper article.
but do you accept that this is a news item carried by the City of Johannesburg? It's not News 24, not The Citizen, not Mail and Guardian.
I will have to say I still need to see the mayoral committee report and the resolution of that mayoral committee.
But as far as you are concerned, you were never aware of the existence of a clinic at 80 Albert Street.
I was not aware of the existence of the clinic at 80 Albert Street.
Nor were you aware of any decision taken by the mayoral committee to close down that clinic.
I personally can't recall a mayoral committee
Is
decision.
it possible that a decision of that nature could have been taken without consulting you as JPC?
Yes, it's possible. That's why.
How is that possible?
That's why, Your Honor, I said it would be good for me to see the mayoral committee report.
No, but I'm asking you, say it's possible for that decision,
yes.
that kind of a decision to have been taken. I'm asking you, under what circumstances could such a decision be taken without you knowing about it?
The departments concerned could go and visit a building and then write a report to and say whether because for them to have taken this report to mayoral, they would have gone to look at the building and they would have said, here's a building that we could use for a clinic. And then they would have taken a report to mayoral to say, we found a city building that we want to use for clinic purposes. That's why mayoral would, if mayoral did approve this, then mayoral would have approved that report. And we wouldn't have been consulted then.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Khoza can interpret.
All right. Thank you, Chair. Meli uMiss Zondo eqhubeka naleya ndaba yokuthi iyamdida ngempela ukuthi kwenzeka kanjani ukuthi ufakazi athi akakaze nje ezwe lutho akazi lutho ngalo yamtholampilo wawulapha ya umile ke kwelo ukuthi ufakazi cha akayazi lutho nje yena ngalo yamtholampilo akazange ezwe ngawo akazi lutho ubeke ummeli semthatha emusa kulemqulu abayiphethe lapha ya ekhasini 377 wamusa embikweni wezindaba owaphuma lo mbiko wezindaba washicilelwa i-newsroom yayichaza ukuthi isihloko sawo sasithi izakhamuzi zaseJoe zikwamukele ukwelulwa kwamahora okusebenza emtholampilo. Imtholampilo eyayibalwa ke lapho kwakuyimtholampilo emine ukuthi isizoba namahora engeziwe okusebenza, omunye wawo wase-Randburg, omunye wase-Zandspruit, bese kuba khona nawo lo mtholampilo wase-80 Albert Street wawuphakathi kwaleyo mtholampilo kulo mbiko wezindaba. Ummeli uthe cha akakasho lutho ngalokho, akakadlulele esihlokweni esilandelayo sombiko wezindaba. Lo mbiko wezindaba ke wona usekhasini 372 wawethulwa iGoli Jozi News. Nawo wawukhuluma ngemtholampilo emhlanu, imtholampilo emhlanu esebenzayo ubala iWestbury omunye wawo. Phakathi kwaleyo emhlanu ke wawukhona futhi nalomtholampilo wase Albert Street, 80 Albert Street. Umbiko wesibili lona awucaphunayo ukuthi wavela wathulwa izindabeni abantu bazi ngawo. Bese futhi ku 361 kukhona futhi omunye umbiko futhi owawukhuluma lapha ukuthi ke lo mbiko wona wawusubheke ke ngokuqondile kulomtholampilo esikhuluma ngawo lapha kulolu daba owawuse 80 Albert Street, ukuthi lo owayengu MMC wezempilo unkosazana Mpho Phalathi ngomhla ka-17 January 2019 wanquma ukuthi uyawuvala lo mtholampilo ngenxa yokuthi wawungasekho esimweni esihle. Kwabe ke sekuthunyelwa umbiko oya ku-mayoral committee noma ikomiti yemeya. Ubuzile ummeli ukuthi awukwenzeka kanjani ukuthi wena ungawuboni lo mbiko owawubhaliwe waze wathunyelwa kwikomiti yemeya nangathintwa nina njenge-JPC ukuthi nasi isinqumo esesenziwe nesinqumo esithathiwe sokuthi uyavala. Umile futhi unkosazana uBodes lapha njengofakazi uthi cha akazi lutho nje yena ngalo mbiko, akazanga ubone, ngisho ukubona uqhubekile wamfundela futhi lo mbiko ukuthi ake ngiqhubeke nawo, ukuthi kusekuthathwa isinqumo ke manje sokuthi bazothuthwa abantu kulomtholampilo basiwe kwenye indawo ngenxa yokuthi ababhekelele ezemvelo noma ezempilo bayile banquma ukuthi le yandawo okusetshenzelwa kuyo ayisekho esimweni esihle. Waphinde wambuza futhi ukuthi kwenziwa konke nje konke lokhu wena awazi lutho ngawo yini, awuzange ubone, ngisho sekutshulwe ezindabeni. Ufakazi uthi cha yena akakwazi ukuyikhuluma indaba eyabezindaba, ufuna ukubona umbiko njengoba ubhaliwe unjalo ukuze akubone ukuthi into engokoqobo indaba yezinto eziphuma kwabezindaba angeke ayithathe. Ungenelele ke usihlalo wekhomishani ukuthi ake uthi ukuchaza ngempela usho ukuthi kuyenzeka yini kanti kuthunyelwe umbiko uze uyofika ku mayoral committee nina ningazange nithintwe nje ngawo, nibekelwe eceleni kuqhuqhunyewe nombiko. Wathi ufakazi yebo kuyenzeka. Wathi ake uchaze kwenzeka kanjani ukuthi ningathintwa. Washo ukuthi yebo kuyenzeka phela kuphuma ithimba lihambe liyohlola ibhilidi, uma libuya ibhilidi lelo thimba bese libhala umbiko uhambe uye kuyimeya, thina singazange sithintwe, singazange sazi ngakho kuyenzeka. Kodwa njengoba ngishilo ke ngisafuna ukubona umbiko obhaliwe ngempela, mhlawumbe ngizokwazi ke ukusho ukuthi singenaphi thina. Kodwa ngokwazi lwami nje lo mbiko ngoba ngikawuboni ngawo amamehlo angeke ngikhulume ngawo, angiwazi. Ngakho ke nomtholampilo ke njengoba esamile ekutheni nawo ke akawazi.
Can I take you, Ms. Botes, to page 370? I'm going to read to you and ask for your response on a statement that is made by former Mayor Phalathi, or then MMC at the time, MMC of Health at the time of closing the clinic. It's an article that is published about this commission by Scholar Africa. The heading of that article is Coalition Failures at Heart of Joburg Fire Tragedy. It says at the second last paragraph of page 370, Phalathi told Scholar Africa that when she was MMC for Health and Social Development, at the time Mashaba was mayor, they closed down the 80 Albert Street Clinic, which was at the Usindiso building. Open quote. We closed it down because of unsafe conditions. The building was handed over to Johannesburg Property Company to work with the Johannesburg Social Housing Company to see to the eviction and placement of occupants, as well as the rehabilitation of the building. Another open quote at the next page, page 371. JPC did not do this, resulting in the fire you're referring to. My jurisdiction ended with my portfolio, said Palat. Can I please have a response to those quotes?
Well, they're certainly untrue. The question is, why did they open the building? Why did they open the clinic in the first place when the MMC was MMC of Health and Social Development? They knew the building was problematic before they opened this building. They didn't close down, they didn't hand over the building to JPC to work with Joburg Social Housing Company to see the eviction and placement of occupants. So that is not true.
I find that strange because the report that is filed at HBF specifically refers to the involvement of the Johannesburg Social Housing Company in Usindiso. So it's difficult to accept that what former Mayor Palatse is saying is untrue, but what you're saying is the truth, when there is a truth that you confirm in your own statement that is contained in here.
Yes, but what I'm saying is the way she's putting it here, it is not true. They did not, we started working on this building before they closed the clinic. We started working, I think as per that statement that we gave with social development, and that we worked with Joshko to see if they wanted the building. But this statement is a political statement, so this statement is not true.
So the difficulty is this, Ms.
It's
Bottas.
not that they handed over the building. Who handed over the building to us? The building was always with JPC.
I mean, we are standing here and you've told the whole commission that you didn't know the clinic existed.
No, I
But
didn't
that
know
clinic
yeah.
was targeted, first of all, provide a service to inner city residents beyond the pool of Usindiso. That clinic was going to provide a drug treatment center that all of us can agree was needed. And you say you're not even aware that it existed.
I wasn't aware that it existed. They should never have used the building for a clinic in the first place. Because they didn't consult us. As I mentioned, they didn't consult us. At least not to my knowledge was I consulted about that building used as a clinic.
So the difficulty is this, the existence of the clinic goes beyond, the clinic wasn't started in 2018 or when it was closed in January 2019, it had been in existence for a long time.
From what year?
I can find that the specific for you, but the clinic, even the board, the board, in fact, one of the articles has the board of the clinic, which shows that the board has seen many rains, many hot summer days and winters.
No, I'm not aware of a clinic at this building.
Ms. Bottas, just, if it is the case, well, it's not actually the case, it's been confirmed by former Mayor Palazza that there was a clinic. I've read to you the article that was meant to be a drug treatment center. You've told us that it housed abused women and their children. We all know that it was a heritage building, carrying a very painful part of our history. And if JPC can't be trusted with a building like that sits at so many intersections of service delivery in Joburg, what can it do?
What can JPC do?
Yes.
JPC's got the support of the city and the funding. We probably could do a lot and turn around a lot of those buildings.
Can I maybe perhaps take you to HBF 9, which is at the very end of your file. It's page 804. Which was one of the annexures to your affidavit. So it's a document that you are well aware of. And I'm going to take you to just two places because my little colleague, Mr. Felgate, dealt with it thoroughly. At page 809, number 13, for the drafting of the report, the drafter, Ms. Govender, lists about 11 stakeholders who were consulted about Usindiso, the building, and before the drafting of this report. That include health, interestingly, that you don't know about. It includes JPC, very, very importantly. It includes JMPD, SAPS, CRAM. It includes the residents. It includes the Ward 124 councillor. Right? So Usindiso wasn't hidden from view for the JPC. It wasn't hidden from view for the city. Numerous people in at least 10 departments of the city knew about the challenges in Usindiso. And from the things that I've read to you, the mayoral committee, which is the second highest decision-making authority within the city, knew about Usindiso. But we sit here and you can just say because there was no budget. So are you telling me that if Usindiso had been brought to your attention, you'd have still chosen to turn a blind eye?
No, I'm not saying that. If Usindiso was brought to my attention and I have the resources to fix up that building and other buildings, we certainly would have done that. We would not have turned a blind eye. And we had started doing it by releasing properties and working with private sector to fix up some of those buildings.
Sure. I won't accept that response. I feel from the information that you now have, I would be concerned. As CEO of JPC, I would be concerned that hundreds, perhaps thousands of inner city residents have had their right to health compromised because of failure to manage a building.
What does it take, what does it take to manage a building? What resources does it take to manage a building?
Both financial and human resource. And I shouldn't be responding to your questions, but I believe that as JPC, in these specific circumstances, I would have gone. In fact, a CEO would have been expected to go to the mayor, to go to the city manager, to go to the COO, and say, we need resources to address this building. We don't have those resources, but this is a key. In fact, when you spoke to the commission, the very first time you asked questions, you put it in your examination in chief. When you were questioned about why the lease was 500 rand, and you said service delivery comes first, before anything else. But here is a building that is serving the community at multiple layers. But they've been failed.
And I think, Chair, in response to that, we did do that. We went to the city, which is the custodian of the budget and the allocation of budget. We've put the report to mayoral as to how we work, not just on all the inner city buildings, to say how do we fix up the problem in the inner city with all these the buildings that we have. So JPC as the CEO, we did put a request for budget during Mashaba's administration and this administration. And we didn't, I think in my first statement, we said how much money we need to fix up the buildings. And so in the absence of that fiscus and that budget, the only thing we could do was to say, well, the only other way is to partner with private sector and release the buildings in the inner city, which we started doing. So we did, as the CEO, Chair, we did approach the city for budget on a number of occasions and continued to do that.
Let's allow for interpretation, Ms. Sondo.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. Ubeke ese muthatha umele musa ekhasini 370 lapho ku nobunye futhi ubufakazi obuxoxwe ngabo obethulwa owayeyi imeya yase Goli kodwa ngaleso sikhathi owayese MMC yezempilo uNkosazana Phalathi ukuthi wathula ebufakazini bakhe ukuthi benomnumzane uMashaba owayese imeya ngaleso sikhathi bahamba balivala ngempela lo yamtholampilo esikhuluma ngawo owawulapha ya e80 Albert Street ba isizathu sokuthi bawuvale ukuthi bawuthola ungekho esimweni esihle base uvalileke base bethula bethatha izintambo bezinikeza iJPC ukuthi kube yona eqinisekayo ke manje ukuthi kuyalandelwa konke okulandelayo kufanele kulandelwe ngoba ngokwe portfolio yakhe njengo MMC wezempilo kwase kuphelela lapho ayengakwenza ukuyivala kuphela. Ufakazi uthi amangalihlaza lawo akukho nje lokhu okushiwo kuleso statement esikhona ukuthi bakwenza lokho isizathu sokuthi aphikisane nakho uthi nje kumane lokhu kwakuyistatement sezepolitiki sokuzigayela inxaso yezepolitiki akukhona ngempela ukuthi balivale futhi yena akakhumbuli nje njenge JPC kukhona isikhathi lapho bese benikezwa bona leli bhilidi selithiwa selibekwe ezandleni zabo ngoba belivele lisezandleni zabo kwasekuqaleni alikaze lihambe liye kwabanye abantu empeleni uze uthi bekungafanele nje nokuthi lize lisetshenziswe njengokube kunomtholampilo lapha ya ngokolwazi lwakhe. Kodwa ke manje utheke ummeli kuyamdida ukuthi akwamukele lokho njengokuyiqiniso ngenxa ukuthi yena ufakazi lona uthi ubengazi ngaleli bhilidi manje kuyamangaza ukuthi kwenzeka kanjani isikhulu esiphezulu sitholakala ukuthi besingazi ngalomtholampilo obusiza kangaka ngoba phela uma uchazwa lomtholampilo unomlando thile ngokwesibonelo ubhekwa njengebhilidi leliya elaba nomlando thile wake waba khona njenge heritage building leli ability beyamtholampilo bosokumtholampilo khipha imithi eyelapha abantu ngakho into ebeyaziwa le kodwa yena uthi ubengazi lutho ngawo manje ukuthola kunzima ukuthi athi istatement esishiwo unkosazana Phalathi singamanga amukele lesi sakhe njengesiqiniso kunzima ukuthi akuzwe kuzwakala lokho ngokwalokhu ukusetshenziswa kwaleli bhilidi. Ube futhi eseya lapha ku-HBF 9 wathinta izindawo ezimbili lapha ya ezinye zazo bese zithintile ummeli umnumzane uFelgate uma kukhulunywa ngokubhalwa kwalombiko idrafting yawo ukuthi ulombiko wabhalwa uMiss Governor kodwa manje uyachaza kulombiko ukuthi ngesikhathi bewubhala kukhona abantu ababathinta uyababala ke cishe iminyaka eyishumi yathintwa kwathintwa wezempilo kwathintwa nayo iJPC kwathintwa iJMPD kwathintwa ikhansela so bonke labantu bathintwa uma kubhalwa lo yambiko owabe usuthunyelwa kuyikomiti yemeya ubeke esechaza ufakazi ukuthi inkinga nje njengoba beke basho indaba yesabelo mali iyona into ebibanqinda ekutheni benze umsebenzi wabo ngendlela okwakufanele benze ngayo akukhona ukuthi babelishalazela bengafuni ukulinaka kodwa nje indaba yezimali ukuthole kunzima futhi ummeli lokhu kwamukela ukuthi hawu phela njenge CEO isikhulu esiphezulu beyolindela ukuthi besingesihlale phansi sigoqe izandla kodwa besosuka sona sihambe siye kuyimeya siye kuyiCOO siye kwabanye abantu siyochaza ukuthi nanga inkinga esifuna ukuyilungisa ngoba emfakazini bakhe uze wathi leli ability baliqhashisa ngemali encane engu500 isizathu salokho ukuthi into ehamba phambili ukuhlinzekwa kwezinsiza kodwa manje ubona engazange akwenze lokho wahlala phansi wakhala njengesabelo sezimali yini angazange athathe inyathelo zokuyoxhumana nabantu abaphambili ukuzathola usizo ufakazi uthi cha azange sihlale phansi siye saya kuyidolobha sayolichazela ngesikhathi sokusaphethe ngisho imeya uMashaba ukuthi sinenkinga lapha sinemabhilidi asesimweni esinje kodwa wayengayeli leli bhilidi lo Usindiso kuphela kodwa wayeyela namanye amabhilidi kodwa ngenxa ukuthi ke azange kubonakale kuphumelela lokho ingakho babe sebenquma ukuthi hayi asihlangane nezinkampani zangaphandle ezizimele kube yizo izowathatha lamabhilidi lokho abakwenzile ke ukuthi bawadedele lamabhilidi bawadedelela izinkampani zangaphandle ukuthi ziwalungise ngakho uthi abazange ahlale phansi kukhona abelokhu ekwenza nayo.
Chairperson, I still have just a segment which focuses on the inner city, but I just wanted to have two questions in relation to this HB9, if I may, before lunch.
Before we adjourn for lunch.
Thank you, Chairperson. Ms. Bottas, when you go to HB9 at page 804, there's brackets in the middle of the last paragraph. So when the brackets close and there's a full stop, I want to read to you, quote from the report. It says, the women and children currently occupying the building are becoming vulnerable by the day. Full stop. The building is without legitimate management and administration and attracted all sorts of people, including residents from the neighboring informal settlements called Emaxhoseni. Do you accept that that is a city report concluding that the building is without management and administration?
Yes, this is a city report done by Social Development.
And you note the conclusion that it reaches?
I note the conclusion that it reaches.
No problem. It is for the Commission to be aware of. I want to then ask you to comment on the first sentence that I read out. The women and children currently occupying the building are becoming vulnerable by the day. Why do you imagine DSD was saying when what they meant, what kind of vulnerability did they foresee when they wrote that sentence?
I can't answer that question. I'm not sure. It's social development that looks after the vulnerable women and children. It's their responsibility to see that. So I don't know what they meant, or what they saw when they wrote that sentence, what drove them to write that.
Thank you. I'm going to just ask you if you can find your file from MNS with the annexures, because I want to refer to HB 10. And I'm going to point you to household number 7. HB 10 is the list of residents who were assessed by social development in December 2018.
What page number?
I apologize, Chairperson. So it's in the annexure. So it would be it's not in that file, Chairperson. It would be the file that is beneath
The small one?
the small one. Yes, Chairperson. It's page 119. Do you have it?
Yes.
We'll just wait for the commissioners to also, and the legal representatives to get it as well. So when you arrive at page 119, there's the very first column has numbers. And if you go to number 7, you will read there Pushelecho Kekana, Kayleen M. Kekana, Kendall M. Kekana. Pushelecho is born 1987, Kayleen is born 2008, and Kendall is born 2011. That household, the whole household, all 3 of them, are counted amongst the 76 people that died, resulting in the establishment of this commission. Those 3 people, 2 children, 2 minors, and a single mother, are dead. I want to ask you, when you prepared to come to this commission, after the fire happened, what did you commit yourself to change in the way that JPC operates so that we don't have something of this nature? That the Kekana family doesn't have to mourn 3 of its members when there was a clear warning started out by DSD.
Sorry, can I just get clarity? Commit to who? To
Commit to yourself as CEO, commit to the institution, commit to the city of Johannesburg to change in the way that JPC is running.
No, I think our commitment shows before the building burnt in the reports that we gave to the city regarding the inner city and the buildings in the inner city. So I think our intervention as JPC started before the building actually burnt on the inner city holistically. So I think we've made that commitment, and we demonstrated that commitment in 2018. And we continue to demonstrate that commitment by our building release program for the inner city to redevelop it. So I think that commitment continues, and in the reports that we gave to MACOM.
So you'll not comment specifically
No.
to the warning given by DSD?
I won't comment on this particular on page 119. I'll comment generally, which is the comment I just made. That's the commitment we've made and the commitment we've shown.
Chairperson, those will be my questions for now. I need to return after lunch.
Thank you. There will be an interpretation of that.
Ubeke ummeli esekhuluma lapha ku HB 9 mbonisa umbiko. Lona umbiko wabhalwa umnyango wezokuthuthukiswa komphakathi, social development. Ulombiko eyawubhala yakhipha isexwayiso lombiko sedolobha ukuthi ku 804 abesifazane nezingane abalapha yakuleli ability basengcupheni enkulu yokuba sengozini. futhi leli dolobha noma leli bhilidi njengamanje liheha izigilamkhuba nabantu abangafanele, ikakhulukazi abantu abasuka endaweni eseduze ekuthiwa kusemaXhoseni bayeza lapha ngaphakathi. Isixwayiso ke lesi akhuluma esavela sivela kulombiko. Umbuzile ke ummeli ukuthi lesi sixwayiso uyasazi yini? Yebo uyasazi. Ubese buyela kulaya mazwi ukuthi abesifazane nezingane ba vulnerable noma bachayeke engozini, bangaba sengozini noma yinini. Ubuzile ukuthi yini eyenza ukuthi ababhala lombiko wezokuthuthukiswa komphakathi basho lokho, babebonani beze bethi izingane nabantu besifazane basengozini. Uma ephendula ufakazi uthi akazi ukuthi babebonani, yini ababeyabenza baze babhala kanjalo, kodwa babhala ukuthi basengozini noma ba vulnerable ngakulesi simo ayibabone kusona. Ubeke esemcela ukuthi abaye lapha ku HB10, kule lapha ku HB10 kunohlu lwamagama. Ulapha ku number 7 yilapho ke ecaphune khona umndeni wakwaKekana, kunoPuseletho lapha no Kaylin, umama wabo wazalwa ngo1987, bese kuba izingane, enye izalwe ngo2008, enye izalwe ngo2011. Bonke labantu bomndeni wakwaKekana basha bangqonqa baphela kulomlilo owenzeka kulesi sigameko somlilo, kwavalwa ngehlahla. Manje uyabuza ummeli uthi njengoba umndeni wakwaKekana waphela wonke kulomlilo, yini ke wena njenge CEO noma njengomnyango ozibophezela ukuthi nizoyenza ukuze kugwemeke umonakalo ofana nalo, kungaphinde kube khona umndeni oqothuleka kangalendlela yize kube kusikhishiwe isixwayiso? Ufakazi uma ephendula uthi bona akakwazi ukukhuluma ngento ezayo, kodwa ukhuluma ngalokho asebekwenzile. Bawenza umbiko, ukhona umbiko abawenza futhi base beyangenelela ngoba uthi bona bakwenze ngisho nangaphambi kwesigameko somlilo. Abaqalanga umuntu uthi ngo2018 base bevele beqalile indlela, kodwa bona bangenelele ngayo ukuthi bangenelele ngokuthi abathatha amabhilidi bawadedele, athathwe inhlaka ezizimele bese ziwalungisa ukuze aphinde asebenze kahle. Ngakho bona ukholwa ukuthi ufakazi abanacala kulokhu, bona bayakwenza, bayangenelela futhi namanje basaqhubeka bekwenza ukuthi uma benamabhilidi abahluleka ukwalungisa bawadedele ngaphansi kwalolu hlelo lwabo le release program yamabhilidi ukuze athathwe abanye. Abuzile kodwa ummeli ukuthi kodwa naphezulu kwexwayiso ke sezikhishiwe njengalesiya esinjalo, kodwa usamile ufakazi ukuthi cha, thina siyakwenza, sakwenza nakulokhu ukungenelela kwethu ngokuthi nje sidedela amabhilidi aye einhlakeni ezizimele.
Thank you, Chairperson.
We'll take a lunch adjournment and reconvene at 2:10. Ms. Sonda?
Thank you, Chairperson. Ms. Botes, welcome back. So earlier on, when you were speaking to Mr. Felgate, Mr. Felgate, you spoke about the criminal case that was open in relation to the hijacking of the building. I just want to ask you, are you able to share with the Commission the names of the accused in that case?
No, I'm not. Okay, the criminal case was opened by, I think GFIS actually has got all the details. GFIS and City's legal department has got all the details.
Thank you. Has JPC ever followed up on that criminal case?
No, because it's run by the city. It's run by the COJ.
Thank you. Starting at that point, to the questions that I asked you about the clinic, to the lack of action relating to the building, SERI and the ICF are going to submit to the Commission that the building was abandoned. Was abandoned by JPC, was abandoned by the city, with the full knowledge of the mayoral committee, with the full knowledge of JPC. Would you care to comment?
No, ma'am. No comment.
Thank you. Can you interpret, sir?
Fa re simolola ka potsoloso tsa rona, moeledi o ile a lebisa me Bottas mo kgang e le go le bua malebana le Rafelgate malebana le kgetsi ya bosenyi e le gore e amana le dikago tse di thukutilweng. Jaanong mmotsa gore a ka kgona go ntsha maina a balatofadiwa mo kgetsing eo. Me Bottas a tlhalosa gore nya a ka se ka kgona ka gonne ke kgetsi ya bosenyi criminal case. Jaanong gape kgang ke gore GFAS go eleng lefapha la semolao ke lone le le latedisang kgetsi eno. Jaanong mo re wile a re JPC le toropo ga ya ka ya latedisa kgang eno. A ona go ra le selo gore a ka rata go akgela ka sone. O ile a tlhalosa gore nya ga seyo. Me moeledi ba botsa gape malebana le dikago tse le gore di le tsa itlhokomolosiwa ke JPC mmogo le toropo gore di fitlheletse di lebisa mo maemo a re mo gone jaanong a gona le ka kgelwa ka rata go dira malebana le seno mosupi ile a re nya ga gana ka kgelo.
Thank you, Ms. Bostis. So I'm going to refer you back to HB 13, one of the annexures to your affidavit, so it won't be in that file. It will be in the file that was provided by MNS. For the commissioners, we are referring to the file from in MNS HB 13, would have been the annexures file.
Page?
We're going to page 136. I think the numbering at the bottom says it's page 136 at the top and it's page 8 at the bottom.
Sorry, HB 13.
HB 13, yes. I've asked the technicians to flight it for us as well for the...
Sorry, my page is 153.
HB 13, so mine is page 129. That's where it starts.
I can't see
Oh,
from
you
here.
can't see from here. Can let me just bring it close.
Yes, it's the same. It's 150.
I apologize, Chairperson, but we'll be able to flash it on screen. I can read for you as well. But at the bottom, because there are page numbers at the bottom, so if you go at look at the bottom for page 8, the numbering at the bottom will be able to assist us. Were you able to find it?
Yes.
Thank you. So I'm referring you to the very last item in that document. It's a reference to Evan 1865 and Evan 1864 Johannesburg, and it says location Sophitive Brain Street. Do you see it?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. When you turn over the page, you are told that the building is known as the Moth Building,
Mm-hmm.
and the entry there in the third column says During the period 2007 to November 2018, this property formed part of the inner city property scheme under the custodian of the Department of Economic Development, which had the mandate to form partnerships with the private sector as part of the COJ transformation agenda. During this period, the properties were invaded. These properties were handed back to JPC in November 2018 and form part of the JPC property release program. You've got that there. And then I'm going to ask you to go to page 149, I apologize, which is another place, it's the bottom page 21. Which is another place where you see moth is the very first item. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can I read for you what the status says? It says fire hazards, shacks, illegal electrical connections. Building was a TEA housing evictees from Chancellor House, 127 people. BG Alexander, 15 people. Dinah Glass, Chestnut, 131 people. Some were relocated to Eureka House. Only 27 households from court matters remain. Rest of the building has been illegally occupied, need to be evacuated. So between those two narratives, which is the accurate one? The one that we find on page 9 or the one that we find on page 21 at the bottom?
Sorry, can I just go back to page 9?
No problem.
I think page 21, because page 9 says an occupancy order to be undertaken by the law enforcement agencies. So page 21 shows at least we know which people were in the building from which other buildings. So page 21 is probably the most accurate.
The most accurate, thank you. And if the building was used as TEA, as page 21 asserts, who would have managed the building?
Human Settlements, Department of Human Settlements.
So the city would have managed it.
Yes.
And the status that I read out is during or post the city managing it or JPC managing it.
Status that was read out.
So
Is the
here it
current
says fire
status?
hazards,
Yeah.
shacks, illegal electrical connections. I'm saying that happened while Department of Human Settlement was managing the building.
Once we hand over, whoever we hand over to, they're responsible for all of that, for fixing up the building.
So this specific building was either under the management of Housing Department or of JPC,
So
but
if
it
it's-
ended
if
up with that as a status.
Yeah, if it has handed over as a TEA, it would have been handed over in the state that it was in. So if there were illegal connections or if there was repairs and maintenance that had to be done, then when Human Settlements takes over the building, they renovate the building to bring it up to standard.
But I'm understanding you to say what we see at paragraph 21 is accurate, that this
Yes.
was temporary emergency accommodation provided to those 4 communities and
Yes.
managed by the city.
Managed by for TEA purposes, yes.
Okay. Can I just ask a question? If the building is managed, is it a fair outcome to have an outcome such as this? Fire hazards, shacks, illegal electrical connections.
So it says here, building was TEA, it's allocated for TEA. So as they get the building ready for TEA, the Human Settlements Department would actually fix it up.
I think you're not understanding from my understanding of the status.
Yes.
It says, building was a TEA, was past tense,
Okay.
housing evictees, and gives specifics details. And then it even says at the end, only 27 households from court matters remain. So that is the status of the building, post-management by the city.
It's still under management by the city. It's still part of the Human Settlement stock.
And I'm happy that you agree that. But that is the outcome that we sit with.
So then I don't understand. Well,
Would you
what-
say if the building has fire hazards, has shacks, has illegal electrical connections, would you say that building is well managed?
No, it's not well managed if it's got shacks and fire hazards in it.
That's all that I needed to know, Ms. Botes, thank you. You've spoken a little bit in your evidence. In fact, you've kept calling us to speak about the inner city property scheme.
Calling who?
Calling the commission. You've referred a few times to the inner city property scheme in your evidence this morning.
Yes, yes.
And so I want to take you now to page 138 in my numbering, but it would be page 10 on your numbering at the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
And there I want to deal with F2252,
Mm-hmm.
a building, I think it's only identified as Wolmaran Street. And the explanation is the same as the one that I read for Moth. I can read it again for your benefit. And I just have a few questions about that property. So it says no lease agreement. Then it says during the period 2007 to November 2008, this property formed part of the inner city property scheme under the custodianship of the Department of Economic Development, which had the mandate to form partnerships with the private sector as part of the COJ transformation agenda. During this period, the properties were invaded. These properties were handed back to JPC in November 2018 and form part of the JPC property release scheme. Do you stand by that? Would that be your evidence?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to just refer you again to 149, which is page 21 at the bottom. So we cover the narration provided by yourself or the JPC about this building. Are you there? Page 21 at the bottom?
Yes.
And in number 14, it now gives a name for the building.
Mm-hmm.
It says Gin Law Court,
Mm-hmm.
F2252 Johannesburg, address 79 Wolmaran Street, and it says City of Johannesburg is the owner. And it says illegally occupied, confirm ICPS building that was handed over to developers. After 2020 COVID brickfields, the awarded bidder sent a letter of withdrawal stating challenges, lacks of funding. Is that accurate?
Yes.
That's accurate. So I just need to take you a little bit back, specifically about this building. So as far as you know, this building has been invaded
As far as I know, yes.
and the building is illegally occupied.
Yes.
Do you have any reason to believe that the occupiers would have a relationship with JPC?
No.
So as far as you know, they have no relationship with JPC?
I don't know this particular building, but if it's illegally occupied, they shouldn't have a relationship with JPC. They won't have a legal relationship with JPC.
And that they wouldn't have had one in the past?
It would have been governed by something. It would have been governed by a lease agreement or something else. But if there's no legal document governing that relationship, we wouldn't, if there's a legal document governing the relationship, we would not call it illegally occupied.
Okay, thank you. Just I'm going to go so that we can move away from this annexure to now number 15 in the very same page, which now appears for the first time in the document. And it's so at page 21 still, at the very last item. And it says Baconsfield, F4956 Johannesburg, 52 Edith Cavell Street, City of Johannesburg, zoning business 1. And the description says building occupied, ICPS building that was awarded to the developers. Can I assume that the reason that the illegally occupied is not there is because there's some sort of relationship between JPC and the occupiers?
No, if it's handed over to a developer, there's a relationship between JPC and the developer.
So can we
So
assume that
wherever there's a developer, the relationship is not with the occupants, it's with the developer.
but we can then assume that as far as you are concerned, those are unlawful occupiers? Okay, if you can just respond, ma'am, before I
So
hand
you
over to
just
the
repeat
interpreter.
that?
I'm saying in your description, you say building occupied. But you don't say, for instance, in the previous building, you said illegally occupied. And I'm asking, can we assume that the building is lawfully occupied or unlawfully occupied?
I think you can assume it's unlawfully occupied.
Thank you. Mr. Interpreter?
Moeledi o ile a lebisa mosupi mo fileng ya MNS ko mametlelelo ya HB 13 mo ditsebe tse di farologaneng go lebega go ile gana le tlhakatlhakong ya ditsebe mme le fa go ntse jalo moeledi ya tlhalosa gore ke tsebe 8 fa tlase ga tsebe mme o ile mo lebisa ko itemeng ya bofelo mo lebokosong e leng e buang ka 1865 le 1864 kwa Sophie Brain ka go eno ke Moth Building jaanong go ne go lebega gore go tloga ka 2007 go ka 2018 e ne le karolo ya Inner City Property Scheme mme ka go eno e ne e tlhokomolositswe ebile e sentswe jaanong ka November 2018 JPC ile ya direla handover kgotsa ya nela ka go eno jaanong ntlha e le gore mo le dula tlhalosa ke gore mo tsebe 21 ya file eo fa tlase go tlhalosiwa gore ka go eo ya Moth e ne e na le dikotsi tsa molelo e na le mekhukhu e na le dikgokagano tse di se ka fa molao jaanong mo le di wila mmotsa gore fa e le se se kwadilweng mo tsebe 8 and 9 segolo jang tsebe 9 malebana le ka go eno le se se kwadilweng mo tsebe 21 malebana le ka go eno ke efeng e le gore e boammaruri gare ga tse pedi tseno mosupi o ile a tlhalosa gore go lebega e le tsebe 21 ka gonne go bona go lebega go na le batho mo kagong eo jaaka tsebe 21 e tlhalosa so re ka re 21 ke yone e buang boammaruri jaanong mo le dula o ile a botsa gore fa e le gore kago eo e ne e le TEA jaanong ke mang yo le gore o ne a tsamaisa kago eo motsamaisi wa kago eo la tsa bonno jwa batho e nelwa jaaka e le TEA mme go tswa foo ke bone ba ile gore ba ikarabelela go tlhokomela le go tlhabolola kago jaanong o ne a botsa gape gore go teng ka gonne kago eno sentletle e ne e diretswe gore e nne bonno jwa nakwana jaanong e bereka yang kgang eno yaanong o ile a tlhalosa gore fa ba ile gore ba banela kago ba enela jaaka e ntse mme ke maikarabelo a setheo se le gore se ikarabelela kago eno ba tshwanetse go tlhomamisa gore kago eno e tlhokomela ka tsela e tshwanetseng jaanong o ne a botsa gore a mme gone go siame gore kago jaaka re bontshitse gore e ne e se mo maemong a siamang gore le ka enela e ntseng jalo a re tla be re bua boammaruri fa re re kago eno e ne sa tlhokomelwe e ne sa tsamaisiwe ka tsela e tshwanetseng mo le ya tlhalosa gore ka nako eo kago e ne e setse e ipaakanyeditse go nna TEA jaanong mo le dula botsa gore a ka nako eo e ne ele a dirisa lefoko was mafoko a mang seemo sa kago go lebile mekhukhu dikotsi tsa melelo dikgokaganyo tse di seng ka fa molaong jalo le jalo mosupile a tlhalosa gore ka nako eo e ne sentse e le karolo ya toropo ka jalo e ne wela mo maikarabelong a toropo ka nako eo jaanong mo le dula botsa gape gore a wena o ka bolela gore kago eno e ne e tsamaisiwa sentle ka yone nako eo mosupile a tlhalosa a re nnyaa moeledi o ile mo lebisa ko tsebe 10 malebana le ERF 2252 e leng ko Vomaran Street jaanong sentlentle se se kwadilweng foo se tshwana fela le se se kwadilweng ka kago e ne re bua ka yone ya Moth jaanong o ile mo tlhalosetsa se se kwadilweng mo tafoleng eo tota se batlile se tshwana le se se kwadilweng ka kago eno mme a mmotsa gore a o ema ka leno kgotsa o dumelana le se se kwadilweng foo mo le dula tlhalosa gore go ntse jalo a mo lebisa gape ko tsebe 21 fa tlase ga tsebe ko number 14 gore leina la lefelo leo la R2252 tota ke Jean Lee Court mme go tlhalosiwa gore le ne le go nna batho ba ba e se ka fa molao mme go ile ga nna le mathata a COVID 2020 mo le gore ka 2020 mo le gore bana ba tshwanetse gore ba tle ba batle modiredi yo mongwe le gore o tla tsa tiro ya go itlhabolola so o la tlhalosa moeledi gore ka nako eo ka go eno go ne go tsene batho se ka fa molaong ebile ba nna mo go lone e se ka fa molaong a go ntse jalo mosupi o la tlhalosa gore go ntse jalo jaanong o na mmotsa gore kamano ya kago eno le di-developers tseo e ne ntse jang le JPC o ile a tlhalosa gore mosupi le a tlhalosa gore a ka se kgone go bua sepe ka seo ka gonne fa e le gore kago e tserwe e se ka fa molaong kgotsa go na le banni ba ba nnang koo e se ka fa molaong ga gona kamano epe gareng ga kago eno le JPC fa e le gore dilo di dirwa e se ka fa molaong mme jaanong pele ga gore batho ba tsene e se ka fa molaong a go na le kamano le JPC mosupi le a tlhalosa gore fa fela le gore go na le ditokumente tsa semolao ditumalano tsa semolao tse di bontshang gore kago eno e mo molaong ebile batho ba nna ko go ene ba nna koo ka tsela ya semolao ke dumela gore go kile ga nna le dikamano dipe le kago eno jaanong o na mmotsa gape le ka kago e nngwe ya Beaconsfield gore kamano ya kago eno le JPC e ne ntse jang o na tlhalosa fano gore mosupi gore fa kago e isiwa ko developer motho o tlhabololang lefelo kamano ya JPC e tsamaisana le developer e seng baagi ba kago eno ka jalo dikamano di nna gane ga developer le JPC jaanong o na mmotsa gore a kago eo ka nako eo e ne e na le badudi ba ba se ka fa molao mosupi la tlhalosa gore e ne go na le badudi ba ba seng ka fa molao.
Ms. Bottas, I'm now going to refer you to a document that was with the file. It's a loose document, a court papers. It's titled in the High Court of South Africa, Gauteng Division, Johannesburg. You found it?
Yes.
If you look for the third respondent, please confirm for the commission who the third respondent is.
City of Joburg Property Company,
Who is the City of Johannesburg Property Company?
JPC, the
It's
company that I
JPC.
work for, yes.
Can you confirm who the applicants are?
Residents of 2252 Johannesburg.
Thank you. I'd like to refer you then to page 12 in the document. 12, it's much paginated with the marker on top. Are you able to find it?
Yes. That's
And it's got background and it's paragraph 11.
11.13.
11.1, yeah? Yes, 11.1. Are you able to find it?
11.13.
Can you go to page 5 at the bottom? Sorry, I apologize. We'll have 11.1.
11.1.
Thank you. I'm just going to read for you the first few lines of 11.1. Lillian Panani is a 50-year-old woman, 50-year-old female residing in room 11 of the building. She has lived at Jinlo Court for 20 years and pays rent of 850 rand a month. Do you see that?
Yes.
If I turn the page over and I go to 11.2, it says, Bonge Kamboyiya is a 40-year-old male residing in room 14 of the building. He has lived at Jinlo Court since 1999 and has thus been living in the building for 24 years after first residing at Athol Court. Do you also see that?
Yes, yes.
Then I want to refer you to the page at the bottom. That would say page 10, 11.9, paragraph 11.9. Have you found it?
Yes.
And I'm going to read to you. Evelyn Kutu is a 67-year-old adult woman who lives in room 31 at 44 Volman Street, Hillbrow. Evelyn has been a resident of the said building since on or about 1994 for 29 years. She is a pensioner and earns a monthly grant of 1,800. Have you seen that?
Yes.
I just want to take you to the end of the affidavit so we know what time this affidavit was signed, the very last page of the document. And at the back of it, at the very end, it says, affirmed before me in pen, Bramfontein, on this, the 24th day of July, 2023. Do you accept that? With the profile that I've read to you, is it likely that these are unlawful occupiers who have no relationship with the city, no relationship with the property?
So what you read to me, they couldn't have a relationship with the city via JPC. They don't have a relationship with the city via JPC. We'd have to find out if they have a relationship with the city through another department like human settlements, but not with JPC, not to my knowledge.
Okay. I'm going to refer you then to page 823 of the bundle in the file that you had from Seri, the file that's to your left, at page 823. Yeah, it's further back. Mr. Interpreter, can you interpret?
Okay.
Thank you.
Moeledi jaanong o ile a mo a lebisa mosupi mo dipampiri tsa kgotlatshekelo kgolo ya Aforika Borwa. Ke pampiri e le gore ga ya gokagangwa mo faeleng. Jaanong o na mmotsa gore motsibigi wa boraro ke mang mo tshekong eno. Mosupi o ile a tlhalosa fa e bala a re ke City of Johannesburg Property Company. Jaanong moeledi o ile a mmotsa gore kgotsa mosupi o ile a tlhalosa gore ke JPC e leng company e a e berekelang. Jaanong o ile a botsa moeledi o ile a botsa gore jaanong ke mang yo le gore o ile a dira kopo ya tsheko kgotsa applicant go ya ka se se kwadileng fano. Be go bonala gore jaaka mosupi a la tlhalosa a re go bonala e le baagi ba R2252 mo Johannesburg. Jaanong o na mo lebisa ko tsebe 5 duela madi a kana ka 850 rand ka kgwedi mavungo. So ke mongwe wa bone bano mme a mo isa gape le ko 11.2 mo ile gore go na le statement sa Bongeka Mboyiya yo le dingwaga di le 40 ke motho wa monna yo nna mo room 14 ya kago. O ya fa sa le a nna mo Jean Law Court ka go tloga ka 1999 mme o ntse nna go dingwaga di feta 24 a ntse nna ko na ka go dingwaga di le 24 go tla go fitlha mo le gore jaanong ke moagi wa Arthur Court. Mme a mo isa gape le kwa 11.9 mo ile gore go fitlhela statement sa ga me Evelyn Nkutu. Me Evelyn Nkutu yo o le dingwaga di le 67 o nna mo room 31 ko 44 Vamaran Street mo Hillbrow. Me Evelyn ha isale e le moagi wa kago eno fa isale kgotsa pele kgotsa morago ga 1994 ka jalo ona le dingwaga di ka nna 29 a nako mme ke mo pensionera yo le gore o amogela madi a kana ka 1800. Me moeledi o ile a re batle ba ya ko bofelong jwa di affidavit tse di bonweng ke ba supi bano kgotsa ba dira kopo ba tsheko gore go lebile gore ene le leng fa bane ba dira di affidavit tseno. Me moeledi o ile a kopa gore mosupi a tlhalosa gore ene le leng ka jalo ene e le ka 24 July 2023. Jaanong o ile a botsa gore a mosupi wa amogela se se kwadileng fano jaaka sentse. Mosupi na tlhalosa gore go ntse jalo. Jaanong moeledi o ile a mmotsa gore a batho bao ba ne ba nna mo kagong eno e se ka fa molaong na. Mosupi o ile a tlhalosa gore ka nako baagi bano ba ne ba sena kamano epe le toropo ka JPC. So go ka direga gore bana ba na le kamano e rileng le toropo mme e ne e se ka JPC gongwe e ne le ka lefapha le lengwe la toropo go tshwana le lefapha la bonno jwa batho. Gone jaanong mmueledi o lebisa mosupi mo bandleleng ya seri mme re tlile go sekaseka tsebe 823 ya bundle eo.
Thank you, Mr. Interpreter. So, Ms. Bottas, we've come to page 823. Do you recognize the document?
I recognize the name JPC. I don't know if this is our invoice. I'll have to go and check it. If it's a genuine invoice, because 821 of this same pack tells me a very different story. So
Sure.
I'd like to confirm whether
We
this
can
is a
go to
JPC
821.
invoice.
Sure, but before we get to 821, can we go to 822? Which is a receipt, a bank teller's receipt,
Yes,
but payment of rent.
yes.
And it gives the same beneficiary account number, 000-199-117. And that's the account number that appears on this invoice. And then when you go at the bottom, the beneficiary account name is City of Johannesburg Metropolis, and then it cuts. But if you go to the invoice, it says the account name is City of Johannesburg Property Company, SOC Limited. Do you see that?
Yes.
Then let's go to, as you were saying, to page 821. And when you see page 821, the letterhead has City of Johannesburg, Johannesburg Property Company, and Steam Logistics CC on it.
Yes.
And it gives, what does the document say?
Well, the document base, you want me to read all the lines?
No, you can summarize from your understanding.
Well, my understanding, it says that tenants must come and pay Steam Logistics, which is situated at 88 Marshall Street, 4th floor, to sign individual leases. Lease agreements will be issued to all tenants occupying the units, with the property showing the amount that needs to be paid towards rent.
But you said to pay, you said to come to Steam Logistics.
To come to Steam Logistics, yeah. All tenants are requested to come to Steam Logistics.
And this account number, 000-199-117, is it not the JPC's account number?
I'll have to go and check that, the account name, but I have to go from the office. I can't tell you the account number off the top of my head. The name sounds correct,
Okay.
but the letter is irregular.
In what way?
JPC would not appoint somebody like Steam Logistics to sign lease agreements on their behalf. We'd never do that, or to collect rental on our behalf. So all lease agreements can only be signed by myself and my EMs that I delegate to. And Steam Logistics, we don't have a relationship with them, at least to my knowledge, to sign lease agreements on our behalf.
So fortunately for all of us, even though they're not part of the bundle, the lease agreements are available. So if you want to see them, we can make sure that
Yeah.
you see them.
I'd like to see them.
You'd like to see
Because
them?
it would be unusual for Steam Logistics to sign on behalf of JPC.
No, it wasn't signed by Steam Logistics, it was signed by JPC.
Okay,
But we
I'd
can
like to see them.
get to that point. And I just want to take you to page 831. Which is a deposit slip from Standard Bank. Do you see it?
Yes?
Do you see the date on the deposit slip?
No, it's very blurry, the one I've
There's a
got.
stamp from the bank.
6th of July, 2019.
Thank you. So on those documents, right, it gives us the impression that JPC could be involved with this community, or the community could have been scammed, according to you.
Until I see the lease agreement, I'm of the view that the community could have been scammed.
Okay? I just want to take you forward. We'll come back to that point. Chair, can I just confirm, Mr.
Yes.
Mngomezulu? Thank you. I just want to take you now to page 816. You can put a hairpin on the conversation that we're having. Able to find it?
Yes.
Can you, sorry, I apologize, can you go back one more, 815, the page before? Do you see that it says deed of transfer?
Yeah.
And it says land has been expropriated by the city of Johannesburg.
Mm-hmm.
Can you read to the commission what is the title deed number? It's the one in a box, in a rectangular box with a T.
T01 0672/07.
Thank you. And this document says to us that at page 817, it says the property is transferred in full and free property to and in favor of the city of Johannesburg. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then do you see at 1? It says all right, title, and interest in land, buildings, or building in the scheme known as Jinlaw Court.
Mm-hmm.
So we are talking about the same property.
Yes.
Can you just go with me to page 820?
Mm-hmm.
And you'll see there that the date, it's a stamped date, says 2007-03-06.
Yes.
That's correct.
Mm-hmm.
So that the city has been the owner of this property
Mm-hmm.
since 2007, 6 March.
Yes.
And as far as you know, is that accurate?
Sorry?
Is that accurate?
According to this document, that's what the document says. I
Yes.
wouldn't know this particular property, that detail. But if this document said it was owned by the city since 2007, then must be correct.
Must be correct. And then if you can just go with me to page 810. A little earlier on, I read to you paragraph 8.1.9, referring to a Miss Evelyn Kutu.
Sorry, 8110.
81, so yeah, it's 810, sorry, not 8110. 810.
810.
Yes, 810. You found it
Jean Law Court, the one that says.
at the
that-
top there, Jinlaw Court.
Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Interpreter, before I ask the question.
Okay. So, jaaka buledi a le moisa ko tsebe 823 ya bantlela siri o na botsa mosupi gore a wa itse ka document eno. Mosupi la tlhalosa gore ke ya lemoga gore go na le gore ke ya JPC. Le fa go ntse jalo invoice eno ga a e lemoge. Mme o tla tshwanela gore a go e leba ko ofising go bona gore a ke yone e ntse jalo. O ile mo lebisa ko 822 ya file eno e le gore ke bosupi jwa tuelo ya moduedi. Mme mo ile la tlhalosa gore moduedi yono ke ene o tshwanang le le gore o tlhagisitswe mo invoice. A go ntse jalo bosupi la a re moeledi a mo lebisa ko 821 mme a tlhalosa gore mo letterhead go na le COJ, JPC mo go le company e bidiwang Steam Logistics. O na kopa gore a tle mosupi a balele commission se se kwadilweng mo tsebeng eo kgotsa gore a tla sobokanye se se kwadilweng foo. Mosupi la tlhalosa gore fa mo documenting eno go tlhalosiwa go mosupi moagi kgotsa monni wa lefelo o tshwanetse gore a duele Steam Logistics yo le gore o nna ko 88 Marshall Street. Jaanong moeledi o ile a re mme go ya ka document eno go kwadilwe gore o tshwanetse gore a tle a ye ko Steam Logistics gore a go duela. Mme a mmotsa gore account number e le gore e fo e leng 000199977 a ke a JPC na. Mosupi ile a tlhalosa gore ga a tlhoamisega le fa go ntse jalo a ka go itlhola go bona gore go ntse jalo. Le fa go ntse jalo go lebega ekete ke accounto ya JPC go ya ka tsela e a lebang dilo ka yone mme gone o na tlhalosa gore lekwalo leno le lekwalo fano ga le ka tolamo ka gonne JPC ga ikitla e letla Steam Logistics kgotsa ope fela e nne yeno ile gore o saena ditumalano kgotsa o kokwanya madi a go renta go sainiwa fono fa go dirwa ke ene jaaka mosupi mme ke ene a saena mo boemong jwa JPC mme ga gona ka gope mo le gore ba na le dikamano dipe le Steam Logistics jaanong moledi o ile a mo lebisa ko tsebe 831 e bontshang deposit slip ya Standard Bank gore a ka kgona go bala se letlha le le kwadilweng mo sliping seo sa deposit mosupi le a tlhalosa gore ke 6 July 2019 jaanong moledi o ile a botsa gore a JPC ya amega mo ntlheng eno kgotsa a re ka re baagi ba ile ba jwang tsoma ke batho ba bangwe ba tshwana le Steam Logistics mosupi fa a raba potso eno o ile a re JPC ga go bona le e amega fano mme o tla tshwana gore a tlhole le fa go ntse jalo o dumela gore baagi ba jeleng tsoma ke batho ba ile gore ba ile ba bo direla bokebekwa jaanong mo tsebe 815 moeledi o ile a lebisa mosupi kwa go yone e buang ka deed of transfer mme fo go tlhalosiwa gore lefatshe COJ le ka tsaya lefatshe kwa ntle ga gore le ntse phimola keledi jaanong a fanoge ke gore go kwadilwe eng mo title deed eo mosupi le a tlhalosa gore go kwadilwe ke TO 10672/7 so moeledi a moisa ko tsebe 817 e bontshang ka property transfer to COJ gore ka go eno jaanong e fetisediwa go kwa COJ mme mo tsebe e go tlhalosiwa ditshwanelo dipe fela ditiro dipe fela tsa ka go eno jaanong di fetisiwa di isiwa ko COJ mme a mo lemosa gore ka go buang ka yone mo tsebeng eno tota ke Gene Law Court jaanong a ba mo lebisa ko tsebe 820 gore letlha le le tlhalosiwang fao ke leng mme mosupi o ile a re ke 2007-0306 so moeledi a re ka mafoko a mangwe toropo ha e sale e le mongwa ka go eno go tloga ka 6 March 2007 a go ntse jalo mosupi le a tlhalosa gore go ya ka ditokumente tseno go lebega jalo re ka re go ntse jalo mme gone ga itse gore ga itse sepe ka go e lebile ga itse go ke ka go efeng le fa go ntse jalo go ya ka ditokumente tseno go lebega re nepile fa re ka re go ntse jalo gore toropo ya isale e le monga ka go eno go tloga ka nako eo gone jaanong he re ya ko tsebe 810 go tsamaisa go tsweletsa dipotsolotso.
Thank you, Ms. Bottas. So in 810, you have in front of you a letter that's titled, it's got a law firm's logo. This is Gene Law Court. Do you agree?
Yes.
And then do you see, it says, "Dear tenant, the owner of your flat would like to sell and you are being given the first opportunity to purchase." Do you also see that it says an example of the price of payment structure is as follows? The purchase price is 32,000. The deposit is 3,200. The balance will be 28,800. There's a housing subsidy of 15,000 rand. And then there will be a balance remaining of 13,800 rand. And I understand you've never seen this document before.
No.
Can we then go to page 813? And in page 813, I know that I apologize, Commissioners, the copy is very bad, but it's documents that have been around for a very, very long time. When I see the date, it says at the top, the law firm that's there now is Hofmeyer, Hepston, Guala, Kluver, and another. And it gives a date under that heading, says 4 June 1999. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then do you see that the first sentence after the heading, in fact, the heading says transfer section 10, flat 31, Gene Law Court, from MTO Venditio to yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And you see, it says, we have that pleasure of advising you that the above transfer was registered on the deeds office on 4 May 1999. Do you see that?
Yes.
So to me, it tells me that the person who the letter is addressed to, Ms. H.F. Kutu, was an owner of the unit. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then when we go to the deed that I referred you to earlier on, and you go to page,
What section of that deed?
the document that you were reading from me
The
from
deed transfer.
816.
Yeah.
So now you're gonna open for me. Sorry, it is at page 816. And you're gonna go read out number 10.
On
Page
816.
on 816. On page 816, read number 10, remembering that the list, the long list that is provided there, shows people that the property was registered under as at that moment. Can you read number 10 for me?
Shlabi is, sorry, Ezekiel Kutu,
And with the ID number and the name under?
5211265486-082, and Evelyn Kutu.
Referring to,
Wemang Evelyn Kutu, ID 561011079918, married in community of property to each other.
so can you, if you accept the veracity of this document, of these documents, you don't have to accept the veracity. If these documents are correct and are accurate, then the Evelyn Kutu, who's in an affidavit in July 2023, is an owner of the property that was registered in her name in May 1999. And as that property expropriated from her in 2007. Do you follow that from these documents?
Yeah, I follow that, whether the documents are, the deeds one I can say that one is, how do you say legal? I can't confirm whether the others are.
Oh, no, I'm grateful for that. But it tells a story. It tells a story of someone who lives in Johannesburg from 1994, who gets an opportunity to buy a property in Johannesburg in 1999. And then in 2007, the city of Johannesburg takes that property away from them. That's what the document that you trust says. It says the city of Johannesburg took the property away from this person.
Expropriate the property, yes, in terms of the law.
Yes? And then in 2024, you sign an affidavit to this commission and you call that person an invader. Is that accurate to call that person an invader? Someone who's lived in the property for over 2 decades. Can that person be an invader?
If the property doesn't belong to them, in this case, the property was expropriated in 2007, it was given to a developer. So yes, if they're not there legally, they would be an invader. If they're there since 2000 or since 1994, then there's a different law that's probably applicable to them. What that is something that province does, which you call regularization of ownership since 2000, but we'll have to take it from 2007. So I can only look at the property from 2007, not before that.
But did you also take note that the property was purchased with a housing subsidy?
Yes, but that doesn't fall under the JPC mandate. My mandate is expropriate the property and hand it over to housing department, which is what we do.
And if we imagine the inner city to even be at 10%, people being occupied by people like Ms. Kutu, occupied by individuals like Ms. Kutu, should there be a different way of engaging from the city?
Yes, people have to come up with a policy of how they want to handle those particular individuals or residents. It certainly would be a city policy document.
Are you familiar with the inner city housing implementation plan?
I'm aware of it, yes.
It's there at page, if you open page 455 of your file, you'll find the inner city housing implementation plan. Would that qualify as a policy of the city?
If it was approved at council, then it would qualify as so you'd have to get the council resolution to say that this was approved by council.
I just want to take you to the specific reference. So it's at page 455. And then I just ask you to read the very first bullet point at page 455. I think the number that's visible is page 47.
Tackle bad buildings directly. There are components to the market that provide extremely poor housing conditions that are a threat in terms of social and physical health of the occupants and must be upgraded. This includes bad buildings at the most extreme, but also degrading sectional title buildings, overcrowded rental units, hostels, etc. The city has a responsibility to address bad buildings. The city of Johannesburg has an obligation to create and preserve conditions of health and safety and of law and order, and the strategy responds to this obligation. The strategy is thus designed to eliminate threats of health and safety and the threats to security that are posed by bad buildings. At the same time, the city is mandated to further the developmental agenda of the state and is bound to the national mandate to facilitate the progressive realization of the right to adequate housing. The strategy also responds to this obligation.
And so you've noted that on there is the mention of degrading sectional title buildings.
Mm-hmm.
But at least in relation to Jinlo Court, we know that it's been city-owned for the last 17 years.
Mm-hmm.
And in the last 17 years, what has happened in relation to that building?
I think like the note said, if I'm correct, on page 21, the building was handed over to a developer to fix up and to reinstate the building and to bring it up to safety standards. And I think we said in that note that the developer had problems raising the funding. So then we'd have to redo the whole process again. Or hand it, if human settlements gets funding, grant funding, I'm not sure, I can't remember if it's part of their list to get grant funding to then fix up the building.
So I just have a question. At page 21, it refers to the developer handing over post-COVID, post-2020, which would have been 14 years at least since the city owned the property.
So we'll have to determine when was the property given to the developer. Okay, I can't tell you when it was put out on tender for the developer because it was run by the Inner City Property Scheme at Economic Development. And then how did the time between the developer having the building and the time he handed it back, what were all the problems or the processes he had to go through to get the building ready? So I can't tell you during that period what happened. One will have to go and look at or try and find the records.
What I'll put to you, Ms. Bottes, is that Jinlo Court tells the same story of abandonment, of neglect. 14 years is a long time. In fact, our schooling system, children go through it in 12 years. So to then say the city has had 14 years to redevelop Jinlo Court, let's say, to make up to something different with it, and it didn't. In 14 years. Again,
property development does take a long time. You have to raise funding for property development. They have to have access to funders. You have to get the planning rights. So property development and housing development does take some time, especially when you're working when the property developer has to raise funding via the banks. does take time.
And can I ask where are the
Miss-
occupiers? Oh, I
Miss,
apologize, Chairperson.
Zondo, interpretation, please.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Ke a leboga modulasetulo. So jaanong moeledi o ile a lebisa mosupi ko tsebe 810 e malebana le Gene Law Court. So mo tsebe 810 ke mo re lemogang he gore go kwadilwe fano gore monga kago o batla go rekisa kago mme gone o tlile go nela mekutu tetla ya gore e nne ene wa ntlha yo le gore ka kgona go reka kago eno. Jaanong go na le ditlhaloso tse di tlhalosang gore deposit ya go nna bokae mme madi otlhe a kago e tlile go nna 32,000 rand le gore o tlile go bona housing subsidy ya bokae. So di tlhalositse sentle mo tsebe 810 ya bundle eno. Mme jaanong ona mmotsa gore a kile a bona document eno. So mosupile a tlhalosa gore nnyaa ga ise a e bone. Jaanong a ba mo lebisa ko tsebe 813 e le gore jaanong go lebega ekete go na le babueledi ba bašwa ka gonne mo 810 e ne le babueledi ba bidiwang Gene Law Court. Jaanong fa le ba letterhead ya e mo tsebeng ya 813 go lebega jaanong gore ke babueledi ba bašwa mme ile ya kwalwa ka 4 June 1999. Jaanong potso ke gore a HF Kutu e ne le monga ya flat na go ka document eno ka gone go tlhalosiwa gore fa o la kupo gore a tle a e bale mme go bonala gore HF Kutu ke ene monga ka go wa flat eo ga mmogo le mosadi ya gagwe e le gore ba nyetse in community of property. So moeledi o le a tlhalosa mosupi o le a tlhalosa gore go ka document eno go lebega e le ene monga flat. Jaanong moeledi a ba mo lebisa ko tsebe 816 e le gore o e bua ka deed of transfer mme a mo lebisa ko number 10 gore a tle a e buise. O ile a e buisa mme go tswa foo moeledi a ba mmotsa gore beng ba kago ba le gore ba kwadisitswe ka nako eo e ne le bomang go ka document eno mme go lebega e ne le ene HF Kutu. Jaanong fa moeledi la mmotsa gore fa e le gore o amogela gore dokumente tseno di nepile go raya gore Evelyn Kutu ke ene monga wa kago eno kgotsa wa flat eno wa semolao fa e sa le ka 1999. Le fa go ntse jalo le ne la tsaya kago eno lona le le toropo ka 2007 a wa dumela go ntse jalo. Mosupile a tlhalosa go o tla tshwanela go gore a tlhotlhomise gore a ruri document eno e ka fa molaong pele a ka akgela. Jaanong moeledi o ile a lebisa mosupi ko kgotsa o ile a re jaanong o gopola gore COJ ke yone ene ya tsaya kago eno. Mosupi o ile a tlhalosa ntlha eno a ba re no ke expropriation ba e tsere go ya ka fa molao. Jaanong moeledi o ile a tlhalosa gore jaanong fa e le gore ka 1999 mme Kutu e ne e le monga flat go ya ka didokumente tseno wena jaaka mosupi ka 2024 o na kwala mo affidavit-ing ya gago gore batho botlhe ba ile gore ba mo kagong eno ba tseneletse kago eno ke baagi ba ba seng ka fa molao mo kagong eno. Jaanong mosupi le a tlhalosa gore fa e le gore kago e na ya tsewa mme ya isiwa ko developer e ka tswa e le lefapha la tsa bonno jwa batho kgotsa jang batho ba ba nnang mo kagong eno go raya gore ke baagi badudi ba ba seng ka fa molaong. Mme o na tlhalosa gore go ka tswa seno se ka tswa se ile sa amiwa ke melao e farologaneng go ya ka dingwaga. O gopole gore ene o simolotse go tsena mo JPC ka 2007 jaanong melao e ne e dira ka 1999 gongwe e ne sa tlhole e dira ka ngwaga o le gore o ne a simolola go bereka. Jaanong ene o kgona go arabela fela ditiragalo kgotsa dilo tse di diragetseng fa e sa le ka 2007 fa a ne a setse a tsene mo JPC. Jaanong moeledi o ile a mo lebisa ko inner city housing plan mme a mmotsa gore a ke karolo ya policy ya toropo, mme ona mo kopa gore a tle a buise tsebe 455 mme a buise bullet ya ntlha mo e le gore e tlhalosa ntlha ya konokono ya gore fa go bua ka degrading settlement title. Jaanong sa ntlha na mmotsa gore a policy eno re ka re ke a toropo na, mosupina a tlhalosa gore fa e le gore e ile a dumelelwa ya nesetsa pula ke council, re ka re ke policy ya semolao ya toropo. Jaanong moeledi a re jaanong fa e le gore go kwadilwe fano go teke degrading settlement title, Gene Law Court e ne setse e le karolo ya toropo dingwaga di le 17 years fa e sa le ka nako eo, fa e sa le e tsewa ka ngwaga wa 2007. Jaanong go diragetseng mosupina a tlhalosa gore ka go ile ya neelwa developer gore a tle a itlhabolole le go dira gore go tlhomamisa gore e babalesegile gore batho ba ka nna mo go yone. Le fa go ntse jalo bothata e ka tswa e ne le thuso ya ditšhelete, mme lefapha la tsa bonnotswa jwa batho o ka lemoga gore ba ne ba ikagile thata ka grant funding. So fa e le gore ba bona grant funding ba ka kgona go diragatsa tiro ya bone. Jaanong moeledi o ile a re go neelwa ga kago eno ga go a dirwa morago ga COVID. Fa e sa le kago eno e neelwa dingwaga di le 14 pele ga COVID. Jaanong potso ke go diragetseng ka nako eo pele ga masetlapelo a COVID. Mosupile a tlhalosa gore o tla tshwana ke gore a go tlhola gore ke mang yo le gore o ile a neela kago eno ko di-developer jalo le jalo, ke lefapha le feng le le gone dikarabela. Gone jaanong a ka se kgone go tlhalosa gore go diragetseng ka nako eo ka paka eo. Jaanong moeledi o ile a botsa mosupi gore a jaanong re ka re Gene Law ke bosupi jo o bontshang gore e ne le kago e itlhokomolositsweng, ka gone fa o akanya gore dingwaga di le 14 ke nako e telele thata go ka tlhabololwa kago, mme moeledi a ba dirisa sekai sa ngwana a sekolo gore o tsene dingwaga di le 12 kwa sekolong gore a ba setse a weditse maramatlou. Jaanong eno ke ngwaga di le 14 kago eno e se e tlhabololwe. Mosupi o ile a tlhalosa gore go tlhabolola kago go tsaya nako e telele thata, segolo jang fa e le gore thusa ditšhelete e bokoa kgotsa ga e bonale. Go tlhabolola dikago kgotsa go aga ntlo ke lefapha la tsa bonno jwa batho go tsaya nako e telele, mme go tshwanetse go lebelele dilo di le dintsi pele ka agiwa, mme kgangkgolo ke gore tshwanetse gore go bone thuso ya ditšhelete.
Thank you, Interpreter. Ms. Bottas, I'd like to take you now to page 832, which refers to F4956, the Beaconsfield building. $832. And do you see that it's also a deed of transfer?
Yes.
In favor of the city of Johannesburg?
Yes.
And if you go to page 836, and then you read number 33.
So it's Mayela Marcus Nemakanyani. Date of birth 16th of March 1958.
Thank you. And then if you'd go to page 848 for me. What do you see in page 848?
A deposit slip, Standard Bank.
The account number?
It's very blurry. 001991117.
Is that the same account number that we had before?
I don't know. I'll have to go back to the document. I can't remember that account number.
Okay, you can go back, but it is the same account number.
Which page was it?
You can go to page 823 for the invoice.
823.
Yes.
Yes, it's the same number.
It's the same account number. And can you, from your understanding, does that mean that that individual was renting that unit in that building, which they previously owned?
This individual was renting. If they were paying rent, yes, then they were
They were
renting.
renting. And in line with your reading of the deed of transfer
We had expropriated the building from them.
from them? Okay. Thank you, that's quite helpful. Chair,
How
After
long
the-
do you have to go, Ms. Sondo?
5 more
You've
minutes,
long
Chair.
exceeded your time.
I apologize, Chair. 5 more minutes only. I think after the interpretation, then we'll just show the lease agreement.
Yes. Mr. Mujai?
Ke a leboga modulasetulo. Jaanong moeledi o ile a lebisa mosupi ko tsebe 832 e na le nomoro ya R 4956 le deed of transfer e le gore e ne e tlile go ya ko toropong kgotsa ka go e ne e tlile go ya go fetisediwa ko toropong mme a ba mo isa ko tsebe 836 na madilitele gore a tle a bale leina la motho e le gore e ne le monga lefelo leo kgotsa folete eno e le gore e ne le monga yone jaanong a ba mo lebisa gape mo tsebe 848 gore ke deposit slip ya Standard Bank mme a mo kopa gore a buise account number eo mosupuna a tlhalosa gore kgotsa mo le dula a motsa gore a o lemoga account number eo e le gore o e busitse mosupila re ga ke e gopole le fa go ntse jalo moeledi o ile a mo lebisa ko tsebe 823 mo invoicing mosupu o la netefatsa gore account number ya fetsa go e buisa ya tshwana le le gore le buisa pelenyana mo tsebe 823 jaanong potso e le gore moeledi la mmotsa yone ke gore yaanong motho yono a go raya gore o ne a renta ka go e le gore e kile a nna monga yone pele mosupile a tlhalosa gore e re ka jaanong ka go e ne setse e tserwe mo diatleng tsa monga yone mme e fetiseditswe ko toropong re ka re o ne a renta ka go eno mme e ne le mohiri wa flete eo.
Thank you, sir. Chairperson, we just ask for the lease agreements to be flighted for everyone to see them. I can make a copy available on my computer for the witness.
Yeah, I won't be able to see on the screen. This is the first page.
The first page, yes. Does it look like a JPC lease agreement?
Can I go to the, because I can't see the first page where it says entered into between so-and-so and so-and-so.
So you want to go to
Can I
section
go
7?
to the signature?
Yes. Are you unable to find it? Should I come and assist you?
Yeah. Do you have the first page?
So none of them have a first page?
Did you go?
At 19, 19.
Okay, can I go back to the, can you go to the signature page?
I apologize, Commissioners. So at page 19, we have the people that the agreement is entered between. It's Tembiso Mtungwa in capacity as Executive Manager by sub-delegation from the CEO. Do you know Mr. Mtungwa?
Yes, Mr. Mtungwa's late, yes.
Okay,
He's late, yeah.
he's late. As of when?
2020.
2020. I can just get you to the page 4 where the signature is. So the agreements are signed, I think, in 2015.
2015, yeah.
Are you at page 4?
I've got on the signature page.
You've got the signature page?
Yeah.
And you can confirm that it's a signature that you know?
Yeah, I'd have to look at the original to confirm if it is the signature, if it is on our letterhead, because you would have had to follow a process to enter a lease agreement. You can't just enter into a lease agreement without going to council. So council will have to give permission to enter into this lease agreement. So I'll have to go and check if this is his signature.
Do you accept that the occupiers of Chinlo Court believe they have a relationship with JPC? That they have concluded what they need to conclude on their side to have a relationship with JPC, and in fact have, at least up until 2019, been paying rent to the JPC?
So that I will have to go and check. I can't confirm until I go to the office and look for this lease agreement and check its originality and how it came about. So if it's an illegal lease agreement, which we do have those incidents where people forge signatures, I can't confirm until I see all the paperwork with the council resolution, because only that gives authority for us to enter into lease agreements.
But we know here that the building is owned by the city.
Yes,
We know that some of the occupiers are people who owned the units before.
yes.
The lease agreements that I've shown you relate to Chinlo Court, but I've shown you a receipt in relation to Beaconsfield, which shows that this is not a single incident
Yes.
where the JPC has contracted.
We
With-
don't know if JPC is contracted. I have to go and look at all the paperwork. If an individual's contracted, or somebody like 321, if I recall that number, we would not have given somebody the mandate to enter into or to negotiate on our behalf. That's definitely an illegal document. So I'll have to go and pull out this lease agreement with all the council resolutions. So I can't say whether the residents thought they were dealing with JPC.
I think we can leave it there. For our side, as SERI and the ICF, we'll share documents of the complaints from the residents to the city, to your office, and whoever else they've engaged with in the city. And we also will provide those leases to your attorneys at MNS.
Yeah, sure.
So just to close, because I have very little time. If we consider how the city engaged in Usindiso, and we consider how the city engaged in Moth, right? You've said to us there was fire hazards, there was illegal connections, there was shacks. And then we consider these two relationships. So the city has been an owner for at least 17 years today, but we can say 14 years in relation to Chinlo Court. It starts to show a pattern of a city, one, that is not fulfilling its service delivery obligations to the residents. Two, it shows a pattern of a city that does not care, that is neglecting the inner city residents. And I want you to respond to that, because SERI and the ICF will submit to the Commission that the experience of Usindiso, the experience of Moth, the experience of Chinlo is generally the experience of inner city residents when they are dealing with the city. Even if it's JPC or housing or the mayor's office, the behavior is the same.
Sorry, I've got no comment.
You've got no comment. Those are our questions, Chairperson. We appreciate the indulgence and we apologize for
Thank you,
keeping the
Ms.
court so long.
Zondo. We'll allow the interpretation.
Ke a leboga modulasetulo. moeledi la kopa gore di-lease agreement ditumelano tsa go hira di tle di bontshiwe mo screening, mme mosupile a tlhalosa gore ga a kgone go bona sentle mo screening jaaka na tlhalosa pelenyana mo mosong gore o lebetse digalase tsa gagwe tsa batlo ka jalo ka se kgone go bona. Jaanong o ile a moisa moeledi o ile a moisa ko tsebe ya ntlha ya lease agreement ya JPC. So mosupi o ile a kopa gore a tle a isiwe ko mosaenong go bona gore ke bomang ba ile gore ba ile ba tsena mo tumalanong ya tumalano eno ya go hirisa. Ka thuso ya moeledi o ile a kgona go bona tsebe a ne a e tlhoka. Jaanong mo tsebe 19 e bontsha batho ba ile gore ba tsene mo tumalanong mongwe wa bone e leng Usindiso Mtungwa go tswa ko letlhakoreng la JPC. Moeledi a batla gore a mosupi wa moitsi na Usindiso Mtungwa o ile a tlhalosa gore wa moitsi ebile gone jaanong ke o setse a tlhokafetse. Jaanong o na mmotsa gore o ile a tlhokafala leng e ne le ka ngwaga wa 2020. Jaanong moeledi o ile a mo lebisa ko tsebe number 4 mo tsebeng ya mesaeno e le gore go ile ga saeniwa tumelano eno ka 2015. A ba mo kopa gore a ka kgona go tlhotlhomisa mosaeno o le gore o fao. Mosupi o ile a tlhalosa gore a ka se kgone go tlhotlhomisa mosaeno ono o tla tshwanela ke gore a go leba documente ya original e le gore e teng ko ofising tsa bona go tlhomamisa gore ke tumalano ya go hirisa ya mmatota, ka gonne tumalano ya mmatota ya go hirisa e tshwanetse e nne le tshwetso e dirilweng ke council gore ka go eno e ka kgona go tsa tumalano eno ya go hira e ka kgona go fetisiwa. Jaanong moeledi o ile a botsa mosupi gore batho ba Gene Law Court ba na le boikutlo jwa gore ba na le kamano le JPC go tla go fitlha ka 2019. Ke eng se le gore ka se bua ka kgang eno? Wa mosupi o ne a tlhalosa gore a ka se ka kgona go tlhomamisa ka gonne o tshwanetse gore a bone di-documente tsa mmatota go etse le gore di na le tshwetso e tswa ko counseling ka gonne ga ba kgone go dira tumelano ya go hirisa kgotsa go hirisetsa motho ope ntle le fa ile gore go na le tumelo le tshwetso e dirilweng ke council. Mme a tlhalosa gore ko diofising tsa bone ba na le ditumalano tsa go hirisa tse di seng ka fa molaong ke ka foo a tshwanetse gore a ye ko ofising a go tlhomamisa gore documente eno ke ya mmatota le gore ke ya nnete. Jaanong moeledi o ile a mo lebisa mo kganyeng e ya Beaconsfield gore go lebege e kete go na le mokgwa wa go dira dilo ka tsela e tshwanang, mme a ba re gona jaanong o tla tlogelela foo le fa go ntse jalo Siri le ICF ba tla ba romela di-documente tse di maleba gore ba itlhomamise malebana le tatofatso eo e leng gore ba e beya mo go bone. Jaanong moeledi a ba re fa re akanya ka fa toropo e ne ya nna le dikamona ka gone le Usindiso, ya nna dikamona ka gone le Moth, mme gape e na dikamano ka gone le Gene Law Court e le gore fa e sale e le beng ba kago eno dingwaga di le 17 go tla go fitlha ga jaana go lebega go na le mokgwa o rileng o le gore toropo e dirisana ka yone le baagi ba mo gare ga topo. Sa ntlha go bonala kabelo ya ditirelo ga eyo fa go tloa mo dikagong tse le gore di teng mo gare ga toropo. Sa bobedi go lebega ekete baagi ba mo gare ga toropo ba itlhokomolositswe. Jaanong go lebega ekete go na le go tshwarwa ka tsela go tshwanang ka kakaretso malebana le tsela e le gore baagi ba mo gare ga toropo ba tshwarwa ka yone. Jaanong a ba kopa a ba mmotsa gore a tle a kgele ka ntlha e fetsa go e bua. Well mosupi ile a tlhalosa gore ga ana kagelo epe malebana le seno.
I apologize, Chairperson. I just wanted to have the bundle admitted as Seri Bundle 2 with the application admitted as exhibit Seri Bundle 2.1 and the lease agreements which we'll share with the parties admitted as Seri Bundle exhibit 2.2.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Advocate Siminya, do you have any questions to put to the witness?
No, no, I do not,
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Situmedi, any re-examination?
Indeed, Chair, but not as extensive as the cross-examination, Chair, I promise.
Yes, it is re-examination
No,
in any
yeah.
case.
It was just a tongue-in-cheek, Chair, not... I'll start, I think for ease of reference, Chair, I'll start with the questions by my learned friend, Ms. Zondo. Ms. Botes, okay, there's been a reference to a lease agreement. I know you haven't had a chance to have a look at it. It just cropped up only now. I've just quickly looked at that lease agreement, or just the document that has been presented to you. Its termination date, it is on a face, it says 30 September 2016. So that's a termination date that appears on a document. At the time when you wrote that report that appears on your statement, was there a lease agreement in place between City of Johannesburg and any of these tenants at Jean Lockhart?
No. I think we state there in that document, we put it out on tender for a developer who couldn't fulfill the conditions. So at the time of writing it, there was no lease agreement.
In the absence of a lease agreement as at the date of you writing the report, can you still say the building was illegally occupied?
Yes, if there's no lease agreement, the building is illegally occupied.
Just want to take you as well to the court application. You refer to paragraph 11. Is this?
Report application. Yes.
You refer to paragraph 11 of that application. In this paragraph, 11.1, reference is made to Ms. Lillian Panani, right? Can you see that?
Yes.
Who explains that she has been there for 20 years.
Yes.
Just at a quick glance in that paragraph 11.1, do you see anywhere where Ms. Panani admits or acknowledges that there's a lease agreement between herself and JPC?
No, there's no reference to lease agreement in paragraph 11.1.
Okay. And I think you can take it from that, even the previous one that we referred to as well, there's no reference to what the status of the occupation of the building.
Yeah.
But if we move away from this point, the city, the court form says they are going to argue that you, JPC, or the mayoral committee or COJ had abandoned Usindiso building. Do you remember that statement?
Yes.
Now, can you just explain, in your statement, in 2018, you had provided security measures at the building. Do you remember that?
Yes, we think we spent 75,000 on
In
security.
2018.
2018.
And during 2018 as well, was JPC not in a process of finding alternative accommodation for the occupants of the building through the DSD?
Yes, we had engaged with Human Settlements Department and via Joshko
In 2018?
in 2018 and Social Development.
Correct. At that time, did JPC abandon the building?
No, because abandonment means that you don't go near the building. You don't engage with the occupants. You don't put in security measures. You don't spend 75,000 on the building, or even 5,000, or even 50 rand on the building.
In 2019, you testified that sometime in December, January, the building was hijacked. Remember that?
Yes.
Did you abandon the building in 2019?
No, because if we did that, we would not have gone to court. Chiefs would not have gone, and the city's legal department would not have gone to court. I think the case number is stated in the documents. But once a building is hijacked, you can't enter the building to do repairs and maintenance or security measures.
Did you have any intentions of, what is it that prevented you from putting those security measures in 2019?
Sorry, what prevented me from putting in?
In 2019, January or December 2018, the building was hijacked. What is it that was preventing you from accessing that building?
I think in the affidavit it stated, every time we tried to access the building, the tenants themselves prevented us from going in. So I think even one of the affidavits, even when City Power tried to access the building, the tenants stopped us going into the building. So
Statement sa ga Elile Mphalane sa gore ga gona gope mo ba tlhalosang gore ba na le tumalano ya go jaanong moeledi o ile a re mokgatlo wa Siri ba re ba tlile go ngangisana le lona gore COJ ara JPC ara lefapha la tsa bonno jwa batho gore tota le la itlhokomolosa Usindiso le fa go ntse ja ba ile tlhokomolosa Usindiso le fa go ntse ja ba ile ba dirisa madi a kana ka 75,000 mo tshireletsong ya ka go eo mme go tweng heka go batlela badudi lefelo le lengwe ke se moledi ya se botsa mosupila tlhalosa go ba ile ba dira maiteko a gore baagi ba ile gore ba kong ba kgone go nelwa mafelo a mangwe a babalesegileng a ile go a ka nna go gone jaanong moeledi o ile a re a jaanong a re ka re JPC ile e tlhokomolosa ka go eno mosupina tlhalosa gore fa o bua ka gore o emo a siameng jaanong moeledi o ile a tlhalosa go ka 2019 mo go lone a le ka re ka 2019 re se ka ra go kgotlatshekelo re ile ko teng ka ntlha go bogara itlhokomolosa yone o gopole gore fa kago e ka thukutiwa ga go nne motlhofo gore ka kgona go tsena mo kagong eno jaanong moeledi o ile motsa gore ke eng se le gore se ne se ba thibela gore ba ke sone se ne sa dira gore ba seke ba kgona go tlhabolola le go tlhokomela kago eno sentle ka ntlha gore baagi ba ne ba sa dumelele gore ba tsene mo kago eno
very, very deliberately. When you conclude the lease agreement with Usindiso, to your knowledge, was for the clinic or for the shelter that was at 80 Albert Street?
the lease agreement that was entered into with the Usindiso building was for the building, not the clinic. It was for the shelter for vulnerable women and children. It wasn't for the clinic. We don't enter into lease agreements for clinics. If a department wants to open a clinic or a shop or a school, we merely hand what we title a PTOB, which is a permission to occupy and build with that department. So if that department doesn't have what they call a PTOB from us, then that's why I said I had no knowledge of that clinic operating in that building because we didn't get permission for it as JPC.
Right. If you accept that indeed there was a clinic, because it is common cause that next to the Usindiso building, adjacent to the Usindiso building, there was a clinic. Who would have been responsible for that clinic? You never, is it out of the ordinary? Because you testify that you were not aware shutting down of the clinic by the Department of Health.
Yes.
Is it out of the ordinary for JPC not to be aware of what other departments do with the buildings that have been assigned to them?
No, it's not out of the ordinary. Once we hand over a property for service delivery to a department, we hand over the full responsibility of that building. So it's not out of the ordinary that we're not aware of what they do on the building. They got a full team working on that property for whatever they want to do. In this particular case, it would have been a clinic, and they would have got the funding to operate a clinic from that building, including the maintenance for that building.
Ramoja?
jaanong moledi o ile a gopotsa mosupi ka dintlha tsa makwalodikgang tse e le gone di tlhagile kgotsa di-clippings malebana le tleliniki e le gore e ne le fa thoko ga Usindiso. O ne a tlhalosa gore go ya ka bosupi wa dumela gore go ne go na le tleliniki e bapileng Usindiso, mme a re o dirisa mafoko next to kgotsa e bapileng ka bongwe. A ba botsa mosupi gore go ya ka ene a go ne go na le tumalano ya go hirisa gore tumalano ya go hirisa e ne e diretswe tleliniki kgotsa lefelo la botshabelo le le gore e ne e le Usindiso. Mosupi na tlhalosa gore e ne e le lefelo la botshabelo la Usindiso, ke yone e le gore go ne go na le lease of agreement ya yone. Jaanong a ba tlhalosa gore fa lefapha le batla go dirisa kago ka ditsela tse dingwe tse di farologaneng go na le se ba se bidiwang PTOB. So e le gore ba tshwanetse gore lefapha e tsene tumalanong le JPC le yone, mme fa e le gore lefapha ga lena PTOB le bone mme go sena direkoto ga a kgone go akgela ka gone. Ke ka foo a na se kelotlhoko kgotsa a sa itse gore go na le tleliniki ka gone lefapha ga la ka la dira PTOB le JPC. Jaanong moledi o ile a botsa gore jaanong ke mang yo ikarabelelang tleliniki. Mosupi a tlhalosa gore e tshwanetse e nne lefapha la boitekanelo le tlhabololo ya loago ya toropo. Ka jalo tiriso ya kago ya tleliniki, go tlhokomelwa ga tleliniki mmogo le go duelela ditirelo tsa tleliniki di tshwanetse go di dirwe ke lefapha leno. Jaanong moledi o ile a re mosupi ona sa itse a sa lemoge go na le tleliniki le gore tleliniki eo ile a tswalwa ebile go ile ga nna le tshwetso e dirilweng ke komiti ya ratoropo malebana le tleliniki e gore e tswale. Jaanong ona mmotsa gore a go atle go direge jalo kgotsa a ke selo se se sa tlwaelegang gore JPC e be sa itse gore go direga eng ka kago. Well, mosupi a tlhalosa gore ga se selo se se sa tlwaelegang gore JPC e se ka ya itse. Gopola gore fa JPC e nela ka kago ke boikarabelo jwa lefapha leno kgotsa setheo seo gore ba dira eng ka kago eno go tswa mo go bone, le gore ga ba tlhoke gore ba begele sengwe le sengwe ko go bone. Ka jalo gore ba tle ba fetola gore e nne tleliniki kgotsa e nne sepe fela ke boikarabelo jwa lefapha leo. Mme sa botlhokwa ke gore lefapha leo le tshwanetse le tlhomise gore go tlhokomela ga kago le dilo tse di dirwang mo kagong eno di wela mo maikarabelong a tsone. Ka jalo re ka seke ra re ga se selo se sa tlwaelegang gore JPC e be sa itse gore go diragala eng ka kago e le gore e setse e fetiseditse ko lefapheng kgotsa setheo se se rileng.
All right. Moving to another topic, town planning issues. Advocate Simia put it to you that a conclusion of a lease agreement by, you recall there was a lease agreement between the JPC and Usindiso NGO. Remember that?
Yes.
A statement or a question was put to you that a conclusion of a lease agreement by itself does not convert the use rights of the building. Do you remember that?
Yes.
All right. Now, let's go a step back. At the time when you contracted the lease agreement with Usindiso, was that building a factory? Was it an industrial building?
No, definitely not. It was already a shelter. It was not an industrial building. It was used for residential purposes, and Industrial 1 permits the use of Industrial 1 buildings for residential, as was read out to me in the statement. So it was definitely not an industrial building.
Are you aware that in 1994, the government converted what was then a pass office into a women's shelter?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Do you know what process did the state follow when they converted the building from pass office to a women's shelter?
No, I'm not aware of the process that was followed.
Language.
Interpretation, Mr. Mujai.
Jaanong moeledi o ile a lebisa mosupi mo se advocate Semenya a ne a se bua mo mosong malebana le tumalano ya go hirisa gare ga JPC le Usindiso shelter. Jaanong re Semenya o ile a tlhalosa gore go wediwa ga lease of agreement ga go re gore jaanong monga kago eno a ka fetola tiriso kgotsa tshwanelo ya tiriso ya kago eno. Jaanong moeledi o ile a botsa gore ka nako ya lease of agreement e ne e dirwa a kago eno ya Usindiso a e ne e le factory kgotsa lefelo la madirelo. Mosupi o ile a tlhalosa gore nnyaa ka nako eo e ne e sentse e ntse e le lefelo la botshabelo la basadi kgotsa re ka re e ne e le lefelo la bodulo ka nako eno, mme ga go kgonege gore lefelo la madirelo le ka fetola go aka melao gore e nne lefelo la bodudi. Jaanong e ka moeledi o ile a re jaanong ka 1994 puso ile a fetola kago eno go tswa ko pass office gore e nne lefelo la botshabelo la basadi. A o no itse ka kgang eno? Mosupi o na re wa itse gore ile a fetola go tswa kwa pass office mme ya nna lefelo la basadi la botshabelo. Jaanong a ba mmotsa gore a o itse ditsamaiso tse di dirisiwang go fetola ga kago ka tse ka mokgwa ono. Well mosupi ile a tlhalosa gore nnyaa ga a di itse ditsamaiso tse di dirisiwang go fetola kago ka mokgwa o.
Lastly, you are referred to a document that was compiled by the Department of Social Development Services, where they conducted audits at Usindiso between, I'm paraphrasing here, but I know the dates was 6 December and 11 or 12 December 2018. Remember that document?
Yes.
That's a document where there was an audit of the occupants, and then amongst the other recommendations that were made was that JPC must shut down the way that was used is facility. Remember that?
Yes.
Now, if you accept that that audit by the TSD was done in December 2018, can you just remind us what is the process? What does shutdown entail? If you were to shut down the facility, what would that have entailed?
That to shut down a building with occupants in it, we'd have to actually find them alternative accommodation, what we call TEAs or alternative accommodation. And we'd have to work with the housing department to do that. And then you'd have to secure the building, empty out the building, and then secure it. So that's what it would entail.
No.
So besides taking a list of who the occupants are, which was then done, it would mean actually finding them alternative accommodation.
Based on the engagements that you had with Joshco Social Development at that stage in December 2018, did you have any alternative accommodation for residents of Usindiso?
No. No, we did not.
jaanong moeledi o ile a lebisa go tsa gopotsa mosupi ka dokumente e tswang ko lefapheng la tlhabololo ya loago e le gore e bua ka boruni jwa baagi kgotsa audit of occupants e le gore fa gopola e ne le ka di 6 December mmogo le ka 11 December ka 2018 jaanong mo pegong eno ya boruni jwa baagi kakantsho e le go e le yantshiwa mo pegong eno ke gore JPC e tshwanetse gore e tswale lefelo leo tota ebile go ne go dirisa lefoko facility kgotsa lefelo leo go tlhalosa kago eo jaanong moeledi o ile a kopa gore a tla mosupi a gopotse commission gore kana fa go bua ka go tswala lefelo tota go akaretsa eng ke eng ebile go akaretsa eng well mosupi a tlhalosa gore fa go tswala kago e le gore e na le baagi sa ntlha ba tshwanetse gore ba bonele baagi bano badudi bao lefelo le lengwe le ba ka nnang ko go lone e leng se se bidiwang TEA mme ba dirisana mmogo le lefapha la tsa matlo go tlhomamisa gore baagi bano ba kgona go bona bodulo jo bongwe kwa thoko seo se sengwe gape se go sa akarediwa ke go tlhomamisa gore lefelo leno le agelwa legora mme la sirelediwa gore batho ba seke ba tsenelela mo go lone jaanong potso e le gore mo le dira botsa gore mo ditherisanong tse le go bana le tsone le Joshco mmogo le DSD a go ile ga nna le a lena le lefelo le lengwe le le gore le ka isa badudi bano ko go lone well mosupi la tlhalosa gore ka nako eo go ne go sena lefelo le le go ba ka isa lefelo le lengwe le le go ba ka isa badudi ba ko go lone.
Just to close it up, my colleague made reference, I used the word shut down when I asked you a question. It just dawned on me that my colleague made reference to the fact that you never issued any eviction proceedings against Usindiso. Would the same considerations of shutdown be applicable with eviction proceedings as well, in terms of alternative accommodation and the process to be followed?
Yes, when you evict from the city buildings, you have to find alternative accommodation. And I think I mentioned at the time, there was a moratorium or stay of evictions notice that was issued to us by the city. So we couldn't evict.
Jaanong moeledi fa a feleletsa o tlhalosa gore o dirisitse lefoko shutdown kgotsa go tswala jaanong o na a tlhalosa gore lona jaaka JPC ga laka la thankgola kgang ya go leleka baagi mo mafelong a bone le gore ke eng se le gore sa amega fa go lelekiwa baagi wa mosupi a tlhalosa go dirwa se se tshwanang ba tshwanetse gore ba nne le lefelo le lengwe le le gore ba bonela lone mme jaaka na tlhalosa pelenyana mo mosong gore ga ba ka ba kgona go bona tumelelo e ntseng jalo go tswa go toropo ya gore ba tle ba leleke mme gone bana ba tshwanetse gore ba batlele batho ba lefelo le lengwe le le gore ba ka nna kwa go lona fa ba bantsha mo kagong eo.
Chairman, Commissioner, I've got no further
Thank you,
questions for the
Mr.
examination.
Situmedi. Thank you. Ms. Bortes, you are excused as a witness. Thank you for having come to give evidence.
Thank you.
That shares the business for the day.
This concludes the business of the day. These proceedings are adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock.